Okay, thank you, Andrew. Good morning, everyone. This meeting is being conducted by means of electronic participation by a majority of council members as permitted by Section 238 3.3 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as there is presently an emergency declared to exist in the town of Mono, that being the COVID-19 pandemic. Council chambers will not be open to the public. However, this meeting can be viewed live starting now on July the 14th, 2020 at the Mono Civic web portal. I just want to confirm quorum and call to order. So I'll ask each member of council to say that you're present. Deputy Mayor?
Present.
Councillor Magdalo?
Present.
Councillor Martin?
Present.
Councillor Nix?
Present.
And I'm Mayor Ryan, and I am present. So at this time, just want to make sure that the public is aware that proceedings are being video recorded and broadcast. And members of council can disclose any pecuniary interest now or at any time throughout the meeting. And if declared, also has to be made in writing to our clerk, Fred Simpson. So this time I'm going to ask for approval of the agenda with amendments and additions. The first thing I'd like to do is request that under unfinished business, the item site alteration and movement of fill order be brought up to after question period. And the second addition, we have received a memo from Mike Dunmore regarding 674305 Hurontario Street, and also a response from Kyle Gosson, David Howe LLP response. So that would be put under new business 10A and B. Mr. Early?
Although it's on the public agenda, the new item 6 under Schedule A regarding 674305 Hurontario Street, just so the record shows that I won't be participating in that discussion.
Okay, so we're going to, instead of putting it under the Schedule A, now that we've had a response from the lawyers, we are going to put it under new business 10A and 10B. Okay, so thank you for that declaration. Is there any other additions regarding the agenda? Okay, seeing none, then I'll ask for someone to move the motion that council approves the agenda session VC8-2020 as amended with additions. We have a mover, moved by Nix and seconded by Creelman. And I have to ask for anyone for your vote, Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Magdalo.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Nix.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that's carried. The next item is approval of the previous minutes. The council approves the minutes of session VC7-2020 as circulated. Were there any questions or comments on those minutes that were circulated? Seeing none, I'll call for someone to move the motion. Councillor Magdalo, and seconded by Councillor Nix. And how do you vote, Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Magdalo,
Yes.
Councillor Martin,
Yes.
Councillor Nix.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that carries. So now we're at questions that were submitted online. Mr. Simpson?
We have 3 questions that have been submitted online. First question is by Mr. Andrew Stevenson. Mr. Stevenson states, I've been a resident in Purple Hill for almost 30 years and thought it would be a great idea to put some sort of tennis courts in Purple Park. There is so much flat, unused space there that it would be perfect for public tennis courts. What do you think?
Okay, any comments from council members? Seeing none, Ms. Perryman, Ms. Eaton, do you have any comments that you'd like to make on the question?
My response to that would be, I'm just not sure if Mr. Stevenson was aware that council has agreed to 2 additional tennis courts being constructed up at the Island Lake Park, which the tender for that is due in another week, and we're hoping that the construction of those tennis courts will be completed by October of this year. So that's 2, and that's in addition to the tennis courts that we already have at Mono College Park, being a pair, and another pair out at Mono Center Park. So come the end of October, we will have a total of 6 tennis courts within the town, and with 4 of those being in the southern portion of the town. So I'll leave that with council. As you know, council, to build and construct tennis courts, you're looking at approximately for a pair about $250,000 by the time you do the fencing and the construction of the courts.
Okay, how would you, Councillor Nix?
No, I was just going to add to Mr. Stevenson's question. I think it might be a good idea, but the first thought that comes to my mind, isn't there going to be a parking problem on that corner? If people come to play at that court, where are they going to park?
I don't know if it's there on the thing. I think it is. This just came up. Someone's asking a question. This microphone's muted. Oh, no, the microphone's got my entire then.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Councillor Nix, you are correct. There is no official parking up in the Purple Hill Park. So that would be something to consider. The other is to let council know that I have had residents approach me about the possibility of having a multi-purpose pad built out at that park, because they have been having a ice rink out there, and that's the only park that we have that the ice rink has not been placed on a multi-purpose pad. So there are other residents who've also approached me in that regard, and they're trying to rally the troops to get some consensus that they would like to see a multi-purpose pad go in. So this is just to let council know a second request for another feature out there, that being the multi-purpose pad and now tennis courts.
Okay, so Councillor Maxwell.
I appreciate Mr. Stevenson's question. In view of the fact that we've just planned to increase our total tennis court coverage by about 50% with the new courts in the lake, I think we should see how that the uptake is on that, and then go from there.
We're having some problems with the mics. Andrew, would you be able to help us with turning people's mics off that aren't being recognized? Okay. So I think maybe the best thing to do, if council's in agreement, that we ask Mr. Simpson to respond back to that question with the information about the current status of the Island Lake courts going in, and that any future development can be presented, or suggestions, whether or not it's a hard surface or courts or whatever, be sent to council for future consideration in years to come. What does council members say to that? Nod. Yep, we're fine with that. So Fred, if you're all right with that kind of a response?
I will ensure that Mr. Stevenson receives an answer based on today's
Okay.
discussions.
Thank you. So question two.
Now, the next two, the two remaining questions, both pertain to the bill application and work order that are on the agenda. Would you like to cover the questions now or defer these two questions until the work order item comes up before council on this agenda?
Okay, so we can, I think that that would be suitable to add these questions for the business of when we're looking at the order. If they need to be reiterated when we look at the actual application, delegation, that's up to council's discretion. So with that being said, we can move on then to the item for the unfinished business, the site alteration and movement of fill order.
All right. Just now.
Okay, so we have the original suggestion of the work plan, but from correspondence received yesterday, I'll need, I guess, Mr. Early to help walk council through the series of events and where we're at now.
Sure. The original work plan that was submitted by on behalf of Mr. Ritchie proposed a full removal of the fill that has been placed on the property from last year from both occurrences. The original plan was to have the fill removed to a property in the township of Aggregate, Hurontario. It was actually I believe a chicken barn building that was being constructed there, and it was fill was to be used for that property. That is no longer the case. What they are looking at doing is removing it to an environmental site in Toronto that can, or North York, I believe, that can take this site without further permitting. The haul route would remain more or less the same. They would be coming north out of the property across 5 Sideroad, and instead of going into Aggregate, they'd proceed south on Airport Road to the site in Toronto. So that's my understanding as to what the current plan is for the fill removal on the property, should council choose to accept the proposal as submitted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nix? Your mic?
I'm looking for the right button.
Okay.
Are the dates going to be the same? I think the original order said the fill would be removed on July 20th. Is that still the date?
I have not had that discussion with Mr. Martin or Mr. Ritchie, so I don't know what dates they were proposing with the new plan.
Well, then I just sort of ask maybe a rhetorical question. If we aren't sure, we know where the fill is going now, but if we don't know the dates, how can we approve or disapprove of this plan?
That's fair enough. Mr. Bell and Mr. Ritchie are on the line. I'm not sure whether they have any comment on the change in dates.
Okay.
It's my understanding everything else was remaining the same as other than the haul routes and the location.
Okay. So Mr. Bell or Mr. Ritchie, do you have any further updates for council?
Hi, it's
Okay,
Jeff
you
Bell
now?
here. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, so July 20th is the date. Before July 20th.
Okay. So any questions of council on this minute? Deputy Mayor? Your mic
Muted.
there.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Has any of this fill been disturbed since it was originally deposited?
Mm-hmm.
No,
So there's been no movement of earth that would have disturbed the this fill that we're talking about removing?
It's all in the same spot.
Okay.
John, I can testify to that. I went and looked at it on Sunday. It hasn't been disturbed.
And in Burnside's recommendations, is it contemplated that there is to be any testing once the fill is removed on site?
Burnside did not make any comment on testing following removal.
Okay. My view is that would be a good idea to assuage the concerns of neighbors. And then finally, the movement on the 20th. I don't know, Mr. Ritchie, did I hear you say it would be the 20th or before the 20th?
On or before the 20th, yes.
Okay. And can we have an assurance that this will not occur on a weekend?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Any other members of council? Councillor Mangtalo.
The document indicates that under the scope of work, that there be rehabilitation of the site. Could we be a little more specific as to what that means, and does it include the replanting of the trees that were removed?
The replanting of the trees, I got authorization from the township to do. From Mr. Trotman.
You say you have authorization. Does that mean that you're going to do it?
No, I had authorization from him to remove the trees. I removed 30 feet of, like, a 30-foot width by about 300 of trees.
That was a permitting process.
He told me, because based on the quantity of trees that I had, that if I was removing less than a half an acre, that I was okay to do it. I did a row, like it was like 30 feet by 300 along the one side.
I don't have the tree cutting bylaw in front of me, but I think that that's incorrect. If you remove, I forgot the number. I think it's more than 6 trees, you need a written permit. Maybe Mark could have clarified that.
But the tree bylaw does speak to 0.5 hectares, less than 5 hectares.
Okay. Any further comments, Councillor Martin?
So how many days will it take to remove the soil from the site if it starts on or before? And will the residents along that along 4th line be let know that the trucks are going to be there? 2 questions.
It's 1 day to remove it. 40 loads.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Mangtalo?
2 points. One is, I don't think that my question was answered. I asked what was rehabilitation of the site, what did that involve? Maybe you respond to that first, please.
Mr. Ritchie? Mr. Ritchie?
Yes, oh, sorry, I didn't understand the question. What did you say?
The question refers to your document under scope of work. The 4th bullet point is rehabilitation of the site. I'm asking what are the details of that? What's going to be involved in rehabilitating the site?
Well, I mean, the whole purpose is we want to put a track in. That's the whole purpose of it. And the rehabilitation of the site, I mean, I read the information or the letter that I got, and I mean, just the ground to be leveled.
Thank you. My second question is, will Joffrey Bell be present at the time of the removal? There's considerable concern from the residents that the fill will be clearly identified and removed rather than some alternative source of material.
Is he here? Is he online here?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I am here. Yeah, I could be available if needed.
As the QP, I would think that that would be a part of your responsibility.
Well, typically, it's an option, I guess, but typically if we visit the site ahead of time and we see the fill, and then we come afterwards and the fill is gone, that's often what we're involved with. But we can be on site at the time of fill removal if needed.
I think that would be a good idea.
Okay. So how does council want to proceed then? We do have a motion. I can read it for you and we can make any adjustments as required. That council is satisfied with the fill removal plan filed by G2S. And I'm going to amend the motion when it was filed on June 25th, 2020, and has been since modified with a new location for the fill to be taken to. And the enhancements recommended by Burnsides in their July 9th, 2020 correspondence and further amended July 14th, 2020. And that staff continued to ensure compliance with the amended order. Sir, yes, Deputy Mayor?
Just returning to the two questions that were posed at the outset, one having to do with contingency in the event of problems with wells, and the second having to do with enforcement. I think the second question is fairly straightforward. We're proceeding, but should we not be addressing those questions as part of this discussion?
Okay. And in terms of the testing requirements, Mr. Early, can you give some advice as to what would be council's options?
That was why I was hoping Gord would be on the line. I think that at this point in time, you have seen the Ministry of Environment's comments regarding the quality of fill, and they don't anticipate, well, they're not showing, I guess, they're not showing contamination or potential for contamination of neighboring wells. I don't know whether you want to take it to the same level it was done originally, and if that's the case, that's fine. I don't have a draft condition, I guess, for testing following the removal of the fill. We can certainly get something from Burnsides that's appropriate under the circumstances.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
I was going to say that I think that is a discussion that we need to have with Burnsides as part of the rehabilitation plan, that there be some form of testing to assuage the neighbors of the concerns they have.
Okay.
I don't know that we need to amend this motion, but with the assurance that that will be an ongoing discussion with Burnsides, I think that will do it.
Okay. So Mr. Early, would you advise that the final statement that staff continue to ensure compliance with the amended order? Should we also include something else to that effect?
I'm comfortable with the resolution as it sits. I was going to follow up with a formal letter to Mr. Ritchie and Mr. Martin advising of all of the discussions that were held today in terms of an itemized list of things that we'd be looking at. And at the same time, I can talk to Burnsides for post monitor.
I see that Gord has signed in. Is that Gord Finiak?
It is, sorry, I'm just working through the controls.
Good morning, Gord.
Morning, is it better?
Trying to tell them.
So, Mark, did you want to bring Gord up to date with the discussions so far, or did you want to do that as part of your follow-up?
Well, I was just going to follow up with Gord now. Gord, the issue on the table before council is what would be an appropriate condition for post testing once the fill is removed. Do you have any ideas, or would you like to take some time and put together a draft condition?
I would prefer to take some time. We've done auditing on other projects, and if can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. We have done auditing on projects, so I'd probably be best to take a look at how that's written up and provide that to you later.
Okay. So, Councillor Nix, you had asked to be recognized. Did you have something further?
Yeah, I have to find that button again. I just, this was before Gord got on the line. I was simply going to quote the email that he sent out, that the qualified, this is the interpretation of the previous soil samples that were taken. And I know it's very complicated and it's over my head, but he told us in that email that the qualified person determined that
I can hear somebody talking.
that it was not a concern and that no further analysis was necessary. And we at Burnside saw no reason to disagree with this. My only point in mentioning that, and John, I'm not disagreeing with you, is that I'm fairly satisfied that there's no issue or there's no concerns. So, and Gord, I'm not telling you what your follow-up should be here. I just was rereading your email, and it seems to me that there's no cause for concern.
With respect to the contamination of material, that would be my response, that we have people in our organization that specialize in contaminated material. They've read the chemistry and they've concurred with the conclusion that it's not to be a matter of concern, that there were perhaps some flags or things to look at from some of the testing, and when those were looked at, they did not turn out to be something that a qualified person would be concerned about.
So if I may ask, Gord, is it considered, well, being overly cautious by council if we do request the samples to be taken after the removal?
No, I wouldn't draw any line at being overly cautious. It's all risk management, and if you know, the more testing you do, the more you know. And at any time, we're basing conclusions on tests that are in front of us, and the more tests we have, the better those conclusions can be. So I don't think that's being overly cautious. I think that's a good way to provide assurance. People are very concerned about this, and the more testing that's done, the more that can be done to alleviate those concerns.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Councillor Magdalow.
I think it's widely considered among the residents, and it was myself until I further assessed this, that the soil is contaminated with hexachlorobutadiene. And I had extensive discussions with Gord yesterday, and I know he obtained other qualified help from Burnside as well. And I think we just misinterpreted the report. It doesn't say that hexachlorobutadiene is present four times the level that's the MEECP limit. It just says that they couldn't find it at that limit. In fact, it doesn't say that it's there at all. I think that it should be stated that we don't have any evidence that there's any contamination by this product or by total DDT. It's our misreading of the report which has suggested to us that we do. In fact, there are two other hexafluoride compounds there that are assessed, and one of these comes in at about 1/5 of the limit, and the other is about 1/9 of the limit. I'm not a chemist. I have done chemistry, but I'm a long time from it. But my understanding from my discussion with Mr. Fenwick is that all three of these compounds tend to behave similarly. If they are raised, all three of them would be raised, or if they're lowered, all three of them would be lowered. Although we don't have a finite limit for, or we don't know that the hexachlorobutadiene is below the desired 0.1 or 0.11 limit. We do know that the other compounds are all way below it, and the three of them usually go work together. So that the very strong likelihood is that the A2 sample does not have a high level of hexachlorobutadiene, and we don't have any indication that it does. So I think that there's been a widespread misinterpretation. I don't know whether my attempt to make it clearer will be helpful, but it seems to me quite clear that this report does not say that we have a problem with total DDT or this hexachlor compound, contrary to what I thought and contrary to what many residents have written me about over the past few days. So my reading of this is that we don't have a report which suggests soil contamination of this fill. Thank you.
Okay. So, Councillor Nix.
Well stated, Ralph.
Okay. So with that further comment, Deputy Mayor, are you still asking that we have the extra tests done after the fill is removed?
I think we should leave that option open. We may be satisfied, and it's not us that matter. It's the people in the neighborhood who are convinced that there's an issue. And as I say, I use the term assuage, and I think it's important that we bear that in mind. But we can be satisfied, and I think I am as well, that there's not an issue. But I think we need to leave the option of some sort of snapshot testing after the materials are removed. I don't think we need to amend this motion as long as we have an undertaking that it isn't dismissed outright.
Okay, so then that direction can be given to Mr. Early to bring us back suggested going forward at our next meeting. Are we nodding to say yes, that we would like more?
I think John's statement was quite reasonable. Let's leave it open that we'll take Gord's report as to.
Okay. Councillor Martin?
No, that's exactly where I was going with this. Leave the option open.
Okay then. So we do have the motion that I read out. Could I have someone to move that? Moved by Martin and seconded by Magdalo. And is there any further discussion? And so I'll call for the vote. Deputy Mayor, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Councillor Magdalo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that's unanimous. And we'll look forward to hearing back from Mr. Early as to any directions from there. So now we're going to move into the delegation, which is the fill bylaw exemption application from Ritchie. Fourth line mono fill management plan was provided, and the Ritchie fill proposal. And so at this time, Mr. Early, who would like to start us off with this?
Your Worship, maybe just some background. So if council recalls, this matter came before you, I believe in March. It was deferred back to Planning Committee as they had recommended against the proposal. Came to council. There was a presentation made at that time by, I believe it was Mr. Bell, on behalf of the Ritchies. There has since been a fill management plan filed April 9th as a result of discussions with Planning Committee and at council. During next, obviously, the COVID-19 issues put a wrench in how we were processing those applications. Planning Committee has chosen not to meet virtually, so this matter was rescheduled for council for today's meeting. And that's where we are. So Mr. Bell and Mr. Ritchie were advised, as was Mr. Martin, that it was coming back to council. And we did public notice just so the residents were also aware of what was transpiring and what the process would be. We were not anticipating that council would be making a decision on the application today, similar to the other controversial or planning type applications where we've heard delegations, we've heard from residents, and then we've requested a written response from the applicant regarding comments that were made during the hearing. We would propose that same process at this point, similar to what we did with the Island Lake noise exemption, and as we would be proposing at next council's meeting for the two planning applications that are on your agenda.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Bell, are you presenting the information today, or Mr. Ritchie?
Sorry about that. I hit the button like 3 times by mistake. I think all I want to say is that we've changed the or amended the fill management plan based on recommendations made in the last council meeting and through emails and correspondence. So that April 9th fill management plan is a document that includes all of the requested amendments. And it's not much more to add from the last meeting where we gave the presentation that this plan is to just bring in clean material to build a horse track. It's not it's nothing environmentally damaging to the property at all to bring in material that would otherwise be suitable for the site if it was native on the site. So yeah, the fill management plan has been changed, and I believe it covers everything that was requested from the last council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of councillors of the delegate? Councillor Nix?
Yeah, I've read the plan, and I guess the thought that goes through the back of my mind is that there's a fair cost to bringing in 22,000 cubic meters of fill. And I had a look at that field the other day, and I'm no expert on this. I'm not claiming to be, but the thought that kept going through my mind, and my question to you is: have you examined the feasibility of an alternative idea, which would be just to move the existing fill on the field, in other words, from the north part of the field to the south part, until you had a fairly level area for a track? I admit I have no idea what that fill would be like, but my question is, have you examined that?
No, G2S has not been involved in that. That might be a better question for Paul to answer.
Part of the reason I ask it, Paul, is it just, I mean, building this track is going to cost a certain amount of money, and it occurs to me that 22,000 cubic meters of fill, that's a pretty big big effort. Wouldn't it be simpler just to get a bulldozer in there and then you wouldn't need an exemption to fill? You could just push all that where you cut the trees over the north side of the field. You just shove that material all to the south until you had a level playing ground. You might still need some sort of B-grade gravel to make it solid at the end of the day, or maybe some limestone sort of thing that horses could run on. But my question is, though, have you looked at that possibility?
Yes. Yeah. You hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So this process has gone on for a while. So originally I had Gord Rayburn out here, right? Everybody knows Gord. And he did some soil tests, and it's all sand and rock out here. And he says sand is great for the base, like at the bottom of the track, but you need some hard material in here in order to build a racetrack. He's built hundreds of them. So he says the only way you're going to be able to build a track is to get some hard material, like you're going to build a road. You can't build a road out of sand. You got to build a road, and it needs about 4 feet of material all around.
Fred?
With respect, I'm not a road builder, but I certainly have worked with engineers who do build roads and costed it out for them. I would not, if I was building a road, be putting the type of material that you have already put in there for the base of my road. I'd be putting 2 or 3 meters of B-grade gravel and then topping it off with some finishing material. I mean that's what gives you a solid structure, not the material that I saw in there yesterday or on Sunday.
Well, that material was rocky. I mean, it's sort of what you want.
Looked more like the shade to me, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not an expert. I mean, I leave it to the engineers that are the experts. So they're and the construction people, and they're telling me that I need 4 feet of hard material. And it's, not only on the track portion, but also on the outside, so it'll hold it. And that's really what they're telling me. So, I mean, if I could move it and build it out of sand, great, but it wouldn't last, right? It would just fall apart. So it's got to be built like a road.
Okay. Councillor Nix?
Could I ask Mike a question? If he was building a road and he had to get rid of some material and put a base in, 4-foot base, would he bring in some fill that was a sort of a clay type material, or would he use B-grade gravel?
It's really your top 4 feet that you're concerned about for the base. You don't want organics and swampy style material underneath that. But the top 4 feet, 3 to 4 feet should be B gravel in essence is sand. It can be used as sand. It's well draining. It does not compact very well though, without some fines. But yeah, a rocky clay wouldn't drain, but it would hold very well. But it's the top 4 feet that you're really concerned about. But building the base, you just want to avoid the organic and the swampy materials. So if it's a fine, silty, rocky style of fill, it would do just what it says. It's fill, right? To give you a starting point for your top 3 to 4 feet.
Yeah,
but Mike, that's what Rayburn said is in that field now, a sandy, rocky fill. Wouldn't that be perfect for a base?
Well, what you're asking, Fred, is exactly what Councillor Mantolo asked back the first time this was presented to council, and it's the same thing that council asked us to do with the tennis courts, is to limit the cut and fill from an all cut style of job to a more of a move earth from, say, the north to the south. I don't know whether that's been attended to by the applicant. But I do know that the gentleman that he has out there usually has 100% knows what he's talking about. Mr. Rayburn does not tend to send you in wrong ways, but I haven't seen a topographic plan as to as to the cut and fills and whether it's possible to move from the north. That would leave an awful slope on the north side. If you were to dig out the north side and push it to the south, I would have to think the erosion and potential slumping of that north bank would be to put it at a slope that wouldn't erode, would push the track and probably minimize Mr. Ritchie's oval, size of the oval. So.
Okay, any other questions of council? Councillor Nix.
Yeah, the other question I had for you, Paul, is that I visited your neighbor the other day, and Pascal.
Yes.
And his concern, I've looked at the diagrams as to how you propose to do this. And again, I'm not purporting to be an expert on this, but you're going to have, along the south side of that field, you're going to have your training track.
Yes.
Which is going to act as a, it's going to focus all the water, the runoff from that field, down to that drainage pipe that you showed. And that drainage pipe is going to exit very close to Pascal's property and his septic bed. So I guess my question in drawing up these plans, has anyone calculated during a spring thaw or a heavy rainstorm, say 50 to 100 millimeters, we do get rainstorms of that size. You're focusing all that water into one drainage pipe. Has anyone done a calculation to figure out what the flow is going to be through that drainage pipe onto Pascal's property?
Steve's on the phone here. He can't get logged in. So he's telling me, again, I'm not an expert either. What he's telling me is currently all the water goes on his property now. So with the track and the drain, it's all going to be the same. There's going to be no change.
Or we can adjust it how the town would advise.
Yeah.
Well, except with respect, Paul, I mean, yes, I know it would be the same volume of water, but right now it runs down a grassy slope and enters the property to the south, kind of as a sheet of water. You're going to put that all into one drainage pipe aimed right at someone's septic bed. And okay, my question though is, has someone done the calculation? And I'm gathering no calculations for this have been done.
No, because most of the water goes through the ground.
Yeah. So Steve's telling me here, and again, I'm not an expert, so I'm just listening to what he's saying. He says, because of the soil that's here, it's all sand. There is no running water. It just seeps into the ground because it's so sandy. It's all sand and rock.
Then why are you putting in a drainage pipe?
Because the inside of the track's going to be lower. So, I mean, it's just going to be there for safety.
That's what the guy who designed the track put it.
That was the, yeah, that was the person that did the design of the whole track.
Okay, any other members of council questions of Mr. Ritchie? Not seeing anything. We have, Mr. Ritchie, if there's nothing further you wanted to say, we have a number of submissions from residents in the area that we've received on an ongoing basis since this process has started. Are there any members of the public online here that want to say anything or ask questions of council?
Yes, please.
Okay, it's Anthony Jenkins.
That's right. I live on Fifth Line in Mono. Our property is kind of kitty corner adjacent to this over on Fourth Line. Mike, I've listened to a lot of talk about bee gravel versus sand and limiting cut and fill, all minutiae. I ask you to look at the big picture, and the big picture to me is, and it should be anything that you relied on through your career as chancellor, does this decision make Mono a better place? Or at very least, does it do it no harm? And I would suggest that 1,835 truckloads, tandem truckloads coming and going of soil is going to devastate the environment, the local roads, increase traffic, and above all, destroy the peace and quiet and harmony that we're here for of the people in the general area and in Mona itself. 3 months of heavy activity. So it's okay to think about we want 4 feet of sand and gravel or 3 feet. It's meaningless. The big picture that I asked you to think about is, what is this decision better? Does it make Mona a better place for everybody? It makes it a better place for one household that I can see. So I urge you to think of that from this decision and ongoing. When you're doing your work every day, is what I'm doing making Mona better? And I don't think this does. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your submission. Is there anyone else that would like to say something?
Yes, Stephen Gill.
Okay, yes, Stephen, welcome.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to participate in the discussion. I've been listening to it very carefully. I think the previous speaker sums up my general feeling about the way things have gone on this. It's been dragging on for a long time. The interests of a single resident seem to have been placed well in front of the general interests of the, certainly the near neighbours, and I would say the community as a whole. The decision that's been made so far is to defer. And at every stage in this process, we've seen Mr. Ritchie being evasive or not carrying out his activities in compliance with the bylaws, or refusing to actually comply with them. When he was just asked questions about the actual construction of this site by Councillor Nix, I think the lack of preparation and the evasiveness of the applicant became very clear to me. If I was proposing to fund public works of the size we're talking about, with 1,835 truckloads of fill being brought in, I'd make damn sure I understood the bylaws. I'd make damn sure that they were all tested very carefully. I would make damn sure that I had a watertight case to make, and I would make damn sure that I looked after the interests of neighbours in doing so, because otherwise I would just be creating difficulties for the future. I think if you let this go through, with the history of non-compliance and evasiveness that it contains, you'll make a mockery of the bylaws, and you'll make a mockery of the reputation of Mono, not just within the community itself, but in the surrounding communities, within the province, and probably nationally, because if it suddenly comes to the attention of the press and concerned members of the public on a wider scale, this town will be placed under a spotlight. And it will be placed under a spotlight simply because of an inability to fully act upon the bylaws and carry them out and force compliance on a newcomer to Mono, who clearly disregards the interests of his neighbours. That became very clear with the discussion that Fred Nix introduced concerning the neighbour's septic bed and the drainage system and so on. I just think that the whole process indicates that the council seemed to be bending over backwards to allow this particular resident to have his way. I could say a lot more, but I won't bore you because I've already written 4 letters to the mayor and to the council about this. Most recently, I wrote one with my wife last week. I did not receive a reply to that. I would expect a reply because I asked a number of very important questions, which are still remaining. But I think you've got to realize that there are many residents in this town who are very, very concerned about this. And it may well be that an environmental assessment was made of some of the fill. That's no guarantee that the rest of the fill that was brought on site was not, did not contain contaminants. And incidentally, I also read the proposal concerning the site alteration work order. And I discovered through one of the neighbours that in fact, the destination that was initially proposed in that was simply fictitious. The owner of that property was contacted as to whether in fact he had agreed to receive this fill, and that person had no knowledge about it whatsoever. So it was simply invented. So how can we trust the credibility of a proposal to the site alteration work order that now the fill is going to be deposited somewhere in North York, when what was originally filed included a fictitious element? I mean, this is simply unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other resident that wants to make a submission?
This is Hugh Brodovich. I'm not sure if I can make a comment. I had sent in a email to David Trotman because when I read the April proposal, it showed that the route of the trucks coming to the site on 4th line would be from Highway 400, Highway 9, and then turning north on 4th line. But it was not explicit in how these trucks would return. It is important for everyone concerned that the amount of travel by these very large number of trucks is minimized. So I asked the council to insist on any approval includes that the trucks must return by going south on 4th line and then by 9th and basically retracing their approach. This will significantly decrease the traffic by these many large trucks on the non-highway area.
Okay, thank you. We will definitely have that in the minutes of this meeting. Is there any other resident that would like to submit any comments?
I'd like to make an addition, if I may.
Yes, Anthony?
Yeah, as I was saying, our property is adjacent, kitty corner to this place. And a couple of weeks back, 7 o'clock in the morning, weekday, there was a lot of beeping. They were working on the project. We went through the bush and found out it was a bulldozer coming and going. And that beep, beep, beep at 7 in the morning, that was one. It's an alarm clock. And that's one heavy machinery in action. They're proposing 1,835 trucks coming and going and beeping and destroying any harmony for the whole summer for the people in the area. Certainly on 4th line, we're on the 5th line. I don't know how long it's going to carry, but I mean, it's just quite outrageous. And again, you talk about, you're talking about the minutia, be gravel versus sand. You're working with them. You're supposed to be working for the people of Mono, for the betterment of the people of Mono. And we live here for a reason. And it's not to listen to trucks backing up for 3 months. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other submission?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. I too live on the 4th line. I live in an old farmhouse that has a stone basement. Currently, when large trucks go up and down our road, we feel the vibration in our house because it is made of stone and concrete. That's what our foundation of our 200-year-old home is. I can't imagine that many trucks going up and down our road during a 3-month period of time for a number of reasons. Potential damage to not just my foundations, but other foundations, dust and dirt, backup of traffic flow on the road. How do my grandchildren go out for a ride on their bikes, or my daughter-in-law do her 10K run every day if there are trucks going both directions on the 4th? How are they getting in and out of Highway 9? They're going to be backed up to 5 Sideroad. How do we get in and out as residents? Is Mono prepared to go in and grade those roads on a constant basis? The 4th line is already a disaster most of the time. And it is very much a concern for us that have lived there for 50 years. What's ahead of us?
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else that wants to submit a comment?
I'd like to speak once everybody's done, if that's okay.
Sure. I think we have heard from those that wanted to, so please go ahead, Mr. Ritchie.
Okay, just in response, I mean, number one, it's a 4 to 6 week project. It's not a 3 months. Like nobody seems to be able to read the documents. They just want to complain. When they talk about bettering Mono, I mean, isn't it horse country? I thought it was, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, that's why I bought the property initially. I mean, the property was sitting here. It had an open field. It was ideal. I have race horses. Currently, it's costing me about $50,000 a year not to have my horses here. So people are concerned about, why am I spending so much money to build a track? Well, I'll get my money back pretty quickly if I have my own place. Some of the other comments about not following the bylaws, we've followed the bylaws to the book and above. I mean, there's been nothing, every association's been contacted, everything's been completely done, you know, as per the code. And as far as the traffic, I mean, I don't know how else to do it unless we airplane it in, right? Like the only way to do it. I mean, people are going to be told, you know, when the fill's going to come in, you know, and what days. And I mean, we're willing to work. Do you want a lot of trucks in a short period of time or a few trucks over a longer period of time? We'll do whatever it takes to get it done and whatever's satisfying to the community. I just think we need to leave it to the experts. I mean, we have a qualified engineer hired. I mean, Burnsides are very qualified. They don't have any issues with it. Yet, you know, we seem to be listening to the neighbors who have no knowledge as I have no knowledge. I just leave it to the experts to see, you know, make the decision on, you know, what's good and what's bad. So that's really all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. So if there's nothing further.
May I speak? Isabella?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Isabella Backer. Thanks for letting me jump in. First, I do find it very insulting that after having spent hours going through all of the documentation, looking at the so-called contacts of associations, which were incomplete to say the least, and were done very hastily before the initial submission, I do find it insulting that somebody would say that I'm complaining. I think I'm expert enough as a professor to look through these papers and to draw my own conclusions. And so I think that we have to step back and not just let Mr. Ritchie's interests supervene everyone else's interests. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. So if there is no further comments from council, yeah, Councillor Nix.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Paul Ritchie and some of the neighbors, because Paul, you know, you've said you've hired the right people and you're following all the bylaws, and et cetera, except that I have here in front of me an order for removing the fill, which has now been amended. It's going to be taking place in Toronto. And that work plan is an address in Ashford, Toronto, where originally you were going to move that fill. Floyd Pinto, who's the mayor of Ashford, Toronto, phoned me 3 times on Sunday, and he contacted the owner of that property, and he had no knowledge that that fill was coming in. I only put that on the table and in the public domain. It kind of refutes a little bit your claim that you've followed all the rules. I mean, it does, at least in my mind, put a little suspicion up here as to what's going on. Thank you.
What'd you say?
Okay, Councillor Mangelo.
I want to make a comment about the experts. I've been an expert in my field, and I know a lot about experts that make mistakes. So I don't, Mr. Paul Ritchie, I don't rely on the experts. I do rely on the residents and their concerns. And I think their concerns are going to be listened to by me very strongly when we come to a vote on this. Yeah, they are the little people, but the little people are what counts in Mono. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Deputy Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I think it's very important that as we wrap up the public meeting that we're very clear as to the next steps so that people understand that a decision will be made and when it will be made. that the decision is obviously not a foregone conclusion, not by any stretch, notwithstanding what some people may think or have said. We will weigh all of the submissions, both from Mr. Ritchie as well as the local residents. And at the end of the day, I guess the elected representatives are expert in their own field, and that is what's good for the entire community. So I think it's important that we have a roadmap and make it very plain that this is not a foregone conclusion, that we're going through a process as prescribed in our bylaws and the Planning Act, and that every submission will be read and considered.
Yes, thank you for that. I was going to ask Mr. Early to reiterate process going forward. Councillor Martin?
I think that it is absolutely important that the people around the Ritchie property have full knowledge of what's happening and what's going to happen. I find it strange that you would buy a piece of property in the first place that you have to do so much work on, when I look around and I can see a lot of other places where this probably would have been a good place. So I'm sorry, Paul, that you chose that property, really. I think going forward, as the Deputy Mayor has suggested, we should keep everything very clear and well understood. And as far as experts are concerned, we have an awful lot of them coming in on this plan, and we get different results. It's very hard to pin things down as a councillor, to figure things out, that what is true and what isn't true, and maybe some variance in between. So it's very difficult.
What's that?
Thank you. So, Mr. Early, could you reiterate the process that we will be taking now that we've had this public discussion?
Sure. Similar to what occurred with the Island Lake noise exemption, we'd expect a response coming back from Mr. Ritchie and his engineers. I think with specific to the comments that were raised today, just going off the top of my head on notes, the stormwater management issue, the cut and fill analysis, and obviously the traffic concerns and issues both at fourth line leaving the site. So I think those are matters that really need to be addressed by the applicant at this time. I'd expect those back probably within 2 to 3 weeks. I would see this matter coming back with a report from the town engineers on any submissions that are made, probably at the mid-August meeting, only because in 2 weeks' time, the council meeting agenda already has 2 other planning applications on it. And I think that's very tight to do a comprehensive review of any submissions made in the next week.
Okay, so that would be the first meeting scheduled in August then?
I think I would defer on that at this point in time, because August is going to be maybe a 1 meeting month, only due to the LPAT matters. So that'll be discussed later with council. That's an issue that's bringing. I just don't have an August schedule right now to give you a firm date.
Okay, then thank you. Deputy Mayor. Sorry.
Council currently sent August 18th, I believe, as their the council meeting date in August, kind of going to the 3rd week instead of the 2nd and 4th.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Just one issue that arose at a previous meeting, and that being the impact of the truck traffic insofar as turns onto the provincial highway, and whether the local OPP would have any issues with the flow of traffic as a consequence of the movement of these trucks. I think this is something that we need to determine as well. Will we need flag persons, as an example? I don't know the answers to those questions, but There is an impact insofar as the truck movements onto the provincial highway are concerned from the fourth line.
Great. Thank you for that. So we can add that to the list of things that need to be reviewed. So if there's nothing further, we will close off this meeting and return to our regular agenda. So thank you very much to all that have participated in this delegation, and we will certainly have the date that this will be coming back as soon as possible so that everybody is aware and can be prepared. So now if we can move on to unfinished business and deferred items. So the first item is the list of unfinished and deferred council business. Is there any question of council on the listing, or if anything wanting to be added? Okay, so if there isn't anything to be added, Councillor Nix. Your mic, please.
My whole Adobe Acrobat screen with everything on it, including the agenda, including the list of unfinished business, has gone blank. I can't read it. I apologize, but help.
Mr. Simpson, are you able to go and assist?
Are you Simpson? Are you next door?
Yeah, I'll go get Jake and see if he can't lend a hand. I'll be back very shortly.
Okay, thank you.
I can't read a thing.
Okay. So if there is anything that comes up, Councillor Nix, that you wanted to have reviewed on that item, we can certainly bring that item back again. So the next one is telecommunications policy discussion. So Deputy Mayor, you provided us with an overview.
Yes, thank you. Essentially, my memo goes into the history of the 2002 protocol for establishing telecommunications facilities. Facilities are really the towers that were put up around that time, and we were trying to get a handle on such things as ensuring co-location and appropriate siting of such towers. And for the most part, I think that the policy the protocol, I should say, has worked well. There is an exemption to a fairly onerous requirement for such things as advertising, public notification, that sort of thing, for what is described as minor or insignificant installations. And the examples of the minor installations would include such things as rooftops, increase existing tower sites to a maximum of 25%, co-location on existing sites, obviously, the water tower, which is of interest now to at least 2 providers. And then there is an exception for wooden pole installations not to exceed 25 meters in height above ground. This is, frankly, the only problem I can find with the policy. My recommendation would be policy installations not to exceed 25 meters in height. I think it's unrealistic to confine that to wooden poles because the towers that are probably in our future in terms of dissemination of an internet service would be similar to the towers that we all had at one time mounted to the side of our homes. I think they're fairly discreet. They're limited, as I say, to 25 meters, approximately 80 feet in height. And we're already seeing those popping up in various places. So my recommendation to council is to simply take out the expression wooden pole installations and simply say installations not to exceed 25 meters. And I think that gives us a policy that recognizes the kind of technology that we're going to see requested and installed in the town in the near future.
Okay. Mr. Early, you have your mic on. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, we have seen metal poles go up, Deputy Mayor. The MyFM station is one that went through that process. It's not a wooden pole. I think those are examples that we used in 2002 or wherever the exemption was done. But yeah, I think it really comes down to a matter of what will be the impact on residents when we see a proposal. I guess just for council, I don't know if this council's ever gone through, or the previous council's gone through a major telecommunication proposal, but it's normally coming from the applicant. We receive the submissions and we just comment to Industry Canada on proposals for telecommunication towers. So that's kind of the process we've used. I don't know if the actual policy precludes the use of metal poles. It actually says these are examples of minor installations, and I think that as long as we're looking at modest metal poles, I think that's for council to consider and allow through your telecommunications protocol.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
The problem is, as I read this, unless it's a wooden pole, it is subject to all the other provisions, and the substantial deposit, the substantial efforts to advertise and have public consultation and so forth. So taking the wooden pole reference out at least allows for a small scale metal tower. As I say, not dissimilar to the kind that used to be attached to our homes, probably almost identical to that. But the way I read it, unless you're putting something on a wooden pole, you've got to go through the rest of this process. Now, the intriguing, and we're talking about ordinary residential homeowners and businesses here. We're not talking about the big telcos. They're not interested in small scale stuff. And I agree 100% that they should go through all of the hoops that are contained within this policy. But I can't imagine that we would expect a homeowner to go through these hoops to get a line of sight installation to ViaNet, as an example. We have poles up in Rosemont that are picking up a ViaNet signal. We have other installations, and I will just simply say we all know where they are. And strictly speaking, they didn't go through this process. Nor, for that matter, does anyone have to go through this process, because at the end of the day, Industry Canada basically overrides everything. But I think for purposes of clarity, let's take the wooden pole reference out.
Okay. Councillor Nix?
Yeah, I don't mind John's suggestion at all, but I would point out, and Mark, maybe you remember this better than I, Paul Lampstein had a 25-meter tower on his property, metal. It was metal. I don't think he went through any process to get it there, John. He just put it up.
Mark,
yeah.
Did you?
Well, the bylaw says examples of minor installations would include, but not necessarily be limited to. So we've certainly taken that approach. Council can determine what's minor, insignificant installations, and it's not. I don't see it as being prohibitive, but if we want to delete the word wooden from it, I don't have an issue, but I don't think it changes the policy at all. It may change what is perceived to be the intent of the policy. I don't see that as being that it's limited to wooden pole installations.
Okay. So what does council want to do with this suggestion? Councilor Martin?
Take out the reference to a wooden pole. Period.
Just wooden. Not wooden pole, you mean wooden.
Yes, to wooden, right, sorry.
Okay.
I would simply have it read installations not to exceed 25 meters in height above ground. Okay? That includes wooden poles, but it also includes a modest steel tower. And Fred, you're absolutely right about Paul's tower. That's exactly the kind of thing that we don't want to send a signal out there that kind of installation has to go through the incredible hoops that this protocol has for the large telco towers, quite appropriately.
Okay. So if we can then agree on direction to staff to take the reference of wooden out of the policy. So if everybody's in agreement.
Would you like it to read pole/tower installations?
I think that's clear.
I'm concerned about a very significant bulky tower installation that can function could be more intrusive to neighbors than even a small tower. If we left it at pole/tower, I think that meets the intent of what the deputy mayor is proposing.
Okay. Everybody's nodding, so if you can make that adjustment, Mr. Early. Okay, so we're on to item 3, zoning bylaw amendment, the accessory building, the discussion paper, and Mr. Trotman has circulated his memorandum. Is there any questions of the submission? Deputy Mayor?
I like it. I just want to confirm that my third option is part of the consultation. I believe the way I read it, it is included in there in addition to Mr. Trotman's 2 options.
That's correct, Deputy Mayor Creelman. I did reference that idea. I alluded to it, I believe it's on the 3rd page, if I'm not mistaken. Under solutions, excuse me. Just trying to find it. What I did say is that, yeah, it's on page 2 and then goes to 3. The idea has obvious common sense, and particularly more so, I would say, with respect to more urban areas where, you know, accessory buildings or garages, by virtue of lot size, particularly lot size, and coverage of a house on a lot that size, to some extent, I guess you might say, forces or constrains an accessory building or garage to be no more than the out-to-out gross floor area of a house. In the rural area, that's often and usually the case, but not always. So, but there may be situations where someone has a smaller, older farmhouse, for example, and still wants to put on, say, a 2 or 3 car garage, which might just trigger that accessory structure to be larger than that older house, for example. So what I've said in there is that unless council wants to consider that further, the layout of the solution with respect to lots, accessory gross floor area to lot size, those 3 options probably will capture the intent of your idea.
And refresh my memory, is there a point at which a site plan process is triggered here?
Well, the discussion paper, further to the previous report I wrote, speaks to 5,000 square feet as being a trigger point, or over 5,000 square feet. Again, it's not science per se, but it's probably a reasonable benchmark.
I'm content with the timeline, and inclusion of the third option, only to the extent that it's so easily understood. And of course, there will be minor variances triggered from time to time, but I think we'll be surprised at how few there are. And when they're probably going to be agricultural structures of one kind or another, I would assume.
Most likely, although for site plan control, if it's a bona fide farming accessory structure, we have to think twice about whether we want to throw that through site plan control.
Okay. So we do have a motion that council receives the accessory structures proposed zoning bylaw amendment discussion paper dated July 14th, 2020, and that council directs staff to schedule a statutory public meeting for a zoning bylaw amendment as required under the Planning Act. Councillor Martin?
I think this is, I read this very carefully and I'm very pleased with this.
Okay, are you prepared to move the motion?
I am prepared and I am prepared to move the motion.
Okay, and could I have a seconder? Seconded by Creelman. And is there any further discussion? Okay, Councillor Mangtalo.
We've had some discussion, David, about this before, but you know, I really like seeing the numbers there, and we have to have numbers. The question really comes down to where did they come from, and you know, how can we justify that in the future? I'm not unhappy with the numbers, although I think that they're very generous. Having some experience with large accessory buildings, your response to my question is, I would like to hear where these numbers came from, and your justification of them, please.
Sure, Councilor Manklow. So there was a report previous to this that compared several, you know, similar sized rural municipalities in the area and beyond Dufferin that had prescriptions for gross floor area and out size of accessory buildings. East Carfax was one, Wellington, I think we looked at Caledon, I can't remember the walls, about 5 or 6 of them. And there was a chart that outlined the various prescriptions each of these municipalities had included in their bylaws. And that was the basis for how we came up with this particular prescription under the solution section of this discussion paper.
Well, I'd like to see a little bit more depth in it than that, David. I mean, it's valid to copy other municipalities, and sometimes we just keep copying somebody else and we don't know where the original idea came from. I'd like to see, to know that you've looked at various accessory buildings which might be put into Mono at some time or presently here, and realize whether or not these numbers are practical. So I'd like more than just a copycat approach. Thank you. I don't mean that disrespectfully, copycat, but
no. Well, we didn't copy them. They were used as a basis for review. In fact, we didn't copy them at all. They're a basis for review, and the solution with respect to a 3-way gross floor area of accessory building to lot size was the outcome. I guess in my response, I'd like to get a bit more clarity on what you mean, and I guess exactly how further that analysis would go, if that's possible. Is there a more detailed outline between accessory structure and lot area that you're thinking about?
No, not at all. I think that it's a fairly practical approach to have the two tied together. But what I'm asking for is, what validity is there in selecting 225 square meters, 370 square meters, and 600 square meters. What validity is there to these numbers?
Shirley?
Variance to some measure, situations that have arisen over the time. I mean, my experience here is as elsewhere. I think that proposed solution, if I rub my crystal ball, probably would say captures the majority of scenarios that might arise. I don't know if anyone else has comments. I saw Mr. Early wanted to make a comment, I think.
Mark?
Yeah, I guess my comment is, I think your comments are fair, Ralph. This is all part of a public process that needs to go through. It affects all landowners in the town of Mono. So it's a municipal wide zoning amendment at this point in time. I think you will find if you were to review municipal bylaws across Ontario, you'd probably find, I'm going out on a limb, but probably 250 different approaches of the 444 municipalities as to how they treat accessory buildings. It's different in Caledon, it's different in the Muskokas, it's different in the Southwest, and it all depends on a lot of the issues that the communities are facing. So I think it really rests with council to determine what standard you want to put in place for your accessory buildings. And that's kind of the approach we've used is we brought forward similar municipalities locally around us and provided you with what's going on elsewhere so that you can make a decision at the end of the day as what you feel is appropriate as to how accessory buildings should be managed.
Keep in mind too, Councillor Manklow, as for the rest of the council, that we are thinking about by supporting any amendment that may occur with a sort of a guideline. It's not necessarily going to be 1,000 pages thick, but a guideline to help applicants, first of all, understand the process for establishing accessory structure, the need for it under the bylaw provisions. And as Deputy Mayor Creelman had indicated earlier, a design or site plan related aspect or review to certain structures over certain sizes. So that three-way implementation proposal may also help to satisfy some of the concerns that you've just mentioned.
I appreciate the supporting documents. I'm really just looking at numbers and wondering where they came from. For example, most of the rural properties in Mono, a large number of them would be over 5 hectares, and therefore they qualify for a 600-meter building, which is a 80 by 80 structure. I'm just wondering if you've looked at the various buildings that might be put in Mono or that are presently in Mono and see how they fit into that and assess whether or not that has been accepted, you feel is acceptable. Somehow or other you have to justify these numbers on the basis of some thought.
Yeah, I understand. I agree. Certainly, I haven't done a lot number count by size, but I would say probably the most are over 5 hectares for sure. And then, of course, the use varies, although there is as much rural residential, I suppose, on those greater lot sizes as there is some measure of farming, whether it's production farming or hobby farming. But if I can certainly review further if you wish, and we are going to go through a process, and that could help inform the process.
No, I agree. The process may, the public may be helpful. Everybody looks at their own property, their own experience. I can look at, for example, my barn, which is an old style barn with a little attachment to it, is about 3,000, I should say, square feet. And so this was allow something that's twice that size. So in my own mind, I say, well, that probably would be enough for anybody, but I'm not sure. And it'd be good to have the feedback of other people who have large accessory buildings. I really applaud this process, which I think John initiated, to provide some control for things which we really don't want to have here. So I'm happy, David, if you can look at some numbers and look at some other buildings and see if you're convinced that the 6,459 square feet is an adequate limit to put on accessory buildings within Mono. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure, I can do that.
Okay, so we do have the motion on the floor, moved by Martin, seconded by Creelman. So if there's no further discussion, could I call for the vote? Deputy Mayor, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Councillor Magdalo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, so that carries. And so now we're into bylaws, correspondence, new business, and additions. So first thing is the COVID-19 Treasurer's financial update. Les?
Oh, good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm trying to turn my camera on, doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Just a few additions since my last or the previous financial updates. Prior to any opening of the office, there will be a requirement of the glass, so that's coming in approximately just under $5,300. The biggest update to this financial report is the potential loss in revenues to the hall rentals. People are now canceling further into the year. Most recent cancellations are into late October. Not sure how this will be impacted by yesterday's announcement that we are now in stage 3. Maybe that may help or may not. I think Kim still is deciding, is it worth opening up the hall for, say, 50 people with all the conditions and requirements under COVID. We did receive the Sun Life premium rebate for the month of May. It was pretty much as estimated, about $5,700. And once we have the retirement staff replacement, we have not had that yet. So we still have salary and benefit savings in that regard.
Councillor Nix?
Yeah, maybe this is a question more for David than Les. I'm surprised we weren't successful in getting planning assistant replacement. And what's the change in designation? Does that move the position another step up the salary grid, or how many applications did we have? And it surprises me we couldn't find somebody.
Well, the first go around, I mean, I participated with David. We actually made 2 offers after the first one declined. It was just one of those situations that 2 applicants were also looking elsewhere and got offers from other employers. We are now in the process stage, I guess, second go around, and we're both doing interviews this Thursday. So hopefully something will come out of that. And yes, we did reduce the requirements, and the salary range is a step lower on the grid. The previous recruitment, we were looking for a planning technician along the lines the previous staff had the qualifications. At this point, we're thinking perhaps lowering the qualifications and looking for administrative assistant, and perhaps that position can grow into a planning technician as well.
Mr. Early?
I was just going to say, Judy's position was fairly unique within municipalities, and we suspected we may find difficulty in finding someone as versatile that had not only the administrative side, but also the technical planning technician side. So I think with the planning administrative position, we can certainly rebuild that experience and training through our staff.
Councillor May.
With respect to the financial update, Les, can you put it all together, the changes in income and the changes in expenses, what's the balance to date?
Including everything up to date, we're estimating approximately $200,000 to $250,000 in lost income or cost to the town of Mono. I was actually going to do a summary of everything for the next financial update in August. I think as we're opening up the economy after stage 3, I think that should pretty much be the most of the impact on Mono. So I was planning to provide a summary for the next update, which will give you the grand number in total.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so if there's nothing further, thank you, Les, for that report. So on to second item, amended procurement bylaw. And Les, you provided us with the overview. Is there anything that you wanted to add?
No, just in summary, instead of doing a complete rebuild of the bylaw, I mean, the bylaw is from 2004. It generally has worked for us over the years. Perhaps why it explains just a review at this point. Couple of key changes as far as I'm concerned, in discussions with the other department heads, are the purchase ranges have increased. I mean, it is 14 or 16 years later since the last bylaw, so there is inflation. So the ranges have changed. And we've always had an insurance component as part of our bidding process where whoever is the successful tender winner had to supply us insurance, third-party insurance. We now have put it in the bylaw that our standard is $5 million. That seems to be the industry standard. Now, there is a clause that if the department head, depending on the size of the project, can require more of insurance coverage, or if it's a smaller project, they can actually go below the $5 million. But basically, that's the standard that we have now established, a $5 million requirement. Through the bylaw, basically, as I have summarized, we have tweaked, added more definitions, couple of new sections. The bylaw always pertained to all departments across the board. The bylaw now this time defines that this applies to everybody.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nix?
Okay, I got the right button. So Les, it applies to all departments, to everybody in the town of Mono. So I went through it and two comments. One, when you get down to that area 5, non-competitive procurement, I just would make the comment that seems to address partially an issue that Deputy Mayor Creelman brought up some time ago. But here's my second question, and it's harder. I went through this, but I tried to, in my own mind, figure out where would the procurement of the operator of our water system fall. And I can't see where it falls. It doesn't fall under section 5. If it falls under section 4, we've never put out a tender for that service, have we? So where does the procurement of our operator of our water system fall?
That would fall under our specialized services. I would think that would be a request for proposals. Even though the final guidelines and ministry requirements are met, there could be more than one way in operating. At one time, when the water system was first being built out, I recall that Burnsides were running the water system for us. I wasn't with Mono at the time when they ended up with Orangeville, so I'm not sure how that process worked. But there are other municipalities that do send out requests for proposals of operating their water systems.
Mark?
The last time the water system was put out was a request for proposal. It is dated, it was back in 2002. We've been currently going through all of this information as a result of the MECP issue. So at that point in time, it was a request for proposal. We did receive 2 proposals at the time. One was from Aqua and one was from the town of Orange. But that was the last time it was put out.
Fred?
So unless I missed it, so I understand it, it comes under category 3, but our procurement policy does not specify that we have to put something out for tender again at a certain point in time. I can tell you from my experience on other boards, for example, Ralph, the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, I think they have a requirement every, I forget, 4 or 5 years. They have to get the auditing companies to bid on, and we did once switch auditors. You know, there's this cyclical sort of thing, and I think that's also true in the NVCA for legal services. But unless I missed it, Les, I couldn't find anything in this policy that says we must have put things out for retendering or RFPs again. Like once we hire somebody, they're there for life.
No, you did. No, it's not in the bylaw. Like there is no direct statement that says we have to go out to tender every 5 or every 10 years. I could speak from my own experience regarding Treasury. We went to request for proposals for auditors at a point where things were changing, when PSAP was online, and our audit fees were at that point in time were starting to skyrocket. So it was a decision at that time, it was a good time to do an RFP for audit service. I think it comes down to the type of service that you're looking for. If council wants to put a timeline on, for example, say audit services, since I'm speaking about that, say 5 years, then we have to retender or go back to request for proposals. That's simply added under that section of the bylaw, that any tender for specialized services will not go beyond 5 or 10 years, whatever council deems to be fair.
Good. Your worship, if I could just add, I don't know the exact word. I think it makes people like audit firms and other, keeps them on their toes, knowing that they are going to be reevaluated, let's say every 5 years. Okay, I think it's prudent to have something in there like that.
Okay, I would suggest, Councillor, under Schedule C, under number 5, it's called non-competitive procurement, where our specialized services or professional services fall under. We could put something add that there's a limit time frame of the contract, be no longer than 5, 10, whatever council directs.
Okay.
If you have a motion in front of you, your worship, I add that clause in there, that change.
Okay, well, just, Mr. Early?
I know Deputy Mayor Creelman had a comment too. I would suggest if you're going to go that route, that you put it in there, that it be limited to 5 years, unless the contract with the individual or firm is for a period longer than that. So you're negotiating that as part of the contract with the person, and you're going to go to the contract as opposed to the 5 year. I can't think of an example where that would come into place, but that's what I would suggest, the 5 year, unless the contract is differently.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
When I raised this issue of revisiting the procurement paperwork, I specifically had in mind what Fred was just addressing, and that is that our non-competitive procurement or service providers, I think, should all be on a 5 year basis in terms of before it goes out to RFP. It does keep their toes, and I think that I can't think of an example of a provider in a non-competitive situation that shouldn't be on a 5 year basis. So I'd be supportive of amending it to ensure that is the case. And I think we already have agreed that we are looking at RFPs for our providers, and then maybe after that is done, hopefully sooner than later, the 5 year clock will start ticking again.
Councillor Magtalo, did you have something?
No, I didn't, John.
Okay. So in order, the motion that I have is just specifically to give the necessary readings to a bylaw. So we would have to give direction then to staff to make that addition. So, yes.
If Fred Simpson could pipe in, is it easy enough just to add that amendment to the resolution, Fred?
That's what I was going to suggest, was if you just added as amended by including a time restriction of 5 years for non-competitive procurement.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly valid. Your worship, you notice in the resolution I prepared, there's already one minor amendment I've included in that resolution, which was I overlooked putting a clause in for repealing the previous bylaw. So okay. we could just add this second line to the resolution as well, and then this bylaw can be signed off.
Okay, so amended to include the repeal of bylaw 2004-67 and 5-year contract. Is that what we're looking?
No. I would say, as Mark had suggested, that yes, 5 years or at the end of a contract. We might have a provider, say of water services or something, that bids and gets a 6-year contract. So we wouldn't want to in the 5th year sort of say, you've got to rebid on this. I mean, there could be some, isn't that what you meant, Mark? That it's every 5 years or as per a contract?
No, I was thinking that if you had a situation where you wanted to enter into a 6 or 7 year contract with someone, that you would still have the ability to do that. If you put it in the bylaw, you're going to be restricted from doing that. But if the goal is 5 years, then that's fine. It can go into the bylaw that way.
But shouldn't it say 5 years or at the termination of a contract or the completion of a contract? Shouldn't it have, okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I thought that's what you meant.
So I guess if you got a contract, it's going to be reviewed by council and you're going to make the determination at that time in terms of the year.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor?
Should the amendment also, or the wording also specify that at the end of the 5 years, the service goes out to tender or RFP, just to specify the mechanism by which we review?
Mr. Early?
So I'm thinking, that's a good question. I think that if you wanted to leave it as a tender, you could, do you want to, I guess, do you want to restrict yourself down the road to a request for proposal or just a direct tender on some of these things? That's the only issue I'm kind of thinking. I'm not trying to box council in by any means.
The dollar amounts that we're talking about in every instance probably exceed the 50,000 threshold that gets you into tender territory. I just want to make sure that there is a process at the end of the 5 years, and I'm easy as to whether it's an RFP or tender.
Yeah, the statement that I was looking at, I haven't got it crafted, would basically say that after 5 years you would re-tender or seek out proposals for these non-competitive
services.
Opportunities, services, yeah.
That works for me.
Okay, so we listen to Councillor Martin. Mr. Early, could you please craft what the wording is going to be for me? Councillor Martin.
Where does, I must have missed this, where does water come on? Where do the well, taking care of the wells, where does that come under? And do we at present have a long-term contract with the providers?
So Les, you had.
I was gonna say the water would come once we do the RFP or a tender. Now would become part of the non-competitive procurement, where it would be under contract for 5 years. I see Mike's on. Maybe he could tell as far as the contract with the water at this time when it expires.
So we have a council acceptance of Orangeville running the water from 2002, and that's basically an open-ended. There's no contract. There's no signed contract with respect to that. Engineering, I can't comment on, nor can I comment on legal. What I am confused about, though, is why we're slumping this into non-competitive, because to me, non-competitive is I'm in trouble. I need somebody to fix a falling tower, and I need to get prices immediately in a timely manner. So I'm confused on why we're lumping in a tender or an RFP into a non-competitive bid process where it's going to be 100% competitive. So I don't know whether it falls better under 4. It definitely falls under a request for proposal, which I think Les has covered off, that department heads may over 50,000 go to a request for proposal as opposed to a tender. Which is very similar to what council approved on the SCADA project, was an RFP at a value of 800,000. So I don't know why in the non-competitive, the way I understand it, Les, is non-competitive is just what I said. I'm in trouble. I need it quick, and I don't need to seek competitive pricing because it's a matter of time sensitivity.
That is correct what you were saying. I guess when it comes to non-competitive, once we do, say, appoint our engineers, and out of the blue, your bridge collapses, so you just pick up the phone and call the engineers because we now have a contract in place. So at that point, it's non-competitive. You just pick up the phone, call up your engineers, look, I need help. The bridge has fallen. So you could. It's a two-step, I guess. Once the contract is in place for our solicitor or our contract, it then becomes non-competitive for 5 years. So it's a valid point. Perhaps the 5-year clause can go into number 4. It doesn't matter where it goes, as long as we can put it in number 4. And then once we do have a contract in place, then it becomes non-competitive. Because if you need a design for something, then they have been appointed by council by bylaw because of a contract, and then they could do a design for you. You don't have to go out at that point now looking for a tender to do a design for you.
Have some
I'm wondering whether, like, I understand what council's getting at, and that's consistent review over time with the services you're being provided. I'm wondering if you just add a whole new item 7 to Schedule C, which deals with the particular issues that we're looking at: the engineering, the banking, the water systems, and that there's a regular review occurring. And that it will be done every 5 years from the date that a contract or service contract is let.
Okay, any comments on that? Councillor Michael.
I think that'd work.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
No particular urgency on passing this bylaw today, so why don't we bring it back with Mark's new addition?
What's the consensus of council? Okay, we're nodding. Bring it back to the next meeting with that addition, so that gives us time to mull it over.
Sure.
Okay, so that's the case, we will carry on. Amendment to site alteration and movement of fill bylaw. And Fred, you've provided us with the amendment, so is there anything further?
No, basically, I've taken what council passed by resolution at the previous meeting and made the amendments. It should be noted, though, that we do have to actually change the bylaw to state what we want as a new set fine, and then petition Chief Justice to enact that portion. So we can't say we want to make the change, ask the Chief Justice to do it. We actually have to have a bylaw that states what the new fine is, and then if it's approved by the Chief Justice, it then comes into force. The old set fine will stay in place until that occurs.
Okay. Fred, next.
Yeah, I generally, I can go with this amendment to the bylaw with one qualification. I think the definition that all fill has to come from Dufferin County is too stringent. I'm sure, John, I understand why you suggested that be in there, and I like it, but I think if we amend the bylaw, there has to be some escape clause, some exceptions. And I'm thinking in particular, you know, when the Dufferin anglers and hunters first started to build that berm, Mark, you correct me if I'm wrong, they brought in all kinds of fill. It was a good clay fill from the Eglinton subway. And I'm just not sure they could have found that amount of material in Dufferin County. I can think of, I don't know, suppose we had a greenhouse or a garden or something, we wanted to bring in 10 truckloads of peat moss or black soil from the Holland Marsh. Maybe you can't find that type of soil in Dufferin County. I can think of other examples too, which may sound fairly trivial and minor, but when I did my driveway, I had 5 or 6 tandem loads of recycled asphalt brought in. It makes a very good base for driveway. So did our previous deputy mayor, and the only place I could get it, my in particular, came from someplace around when they were redoing Highway 9, the asphalt they take off the old road and grind up. So, you know, if there had been no road being redone in Dufferin County that summer, I wouldn't have been able to get recycled asphalt. So I think, I don't know the exact words, but I don't think it should be as absolute as you're putting it in now, okay? That it has to be from Dufferin County. I think if we put in exceptions, maybe consider on a case-by-case basis or something, that it would be, give us a slight bit more flexibility.
Deputy Mayor?
Isn't there always the potential for somebody to come to council and ask that a provision of a bylaw be waived? As a general rule. You see, my concern is that if we make this flexible or create an exception, that we'll get nothing but applications for the exception. Whereas if we make it absolute, and to give, you know, the example of the material from the Holland Marsh, I could understand council saying in that one instance, subject to appropriate testing, we will waive that provision. But I think that if we have flexibility, it will be no change from what we currently have. And we currently have is troublesome. I just wanted to speak to the issue of the conditions, specifically the movement of fill. Weekend after weekend after weekend, we've had reports of dump trucks on our county roads and maybe local roads, and I'm happy to see this addressed. I'm wondering whether or not we could approach the OPP to enforce that, to the extent that they're already out patrolling our roads. They have a mandate to ensure safe trucks are running on those roads, and if they see a movement of fill on a weekend, as an example, they could theoretically issue a Part 1 certificate for a breach of the town's bylaw. So I just put that out there. I don't think it needs to be part of the motion today, but I'd like to see us approach the OPP to see if they would be prepared to enforce that provision of this bylaw.
Okay. Mark?
I was going to say, just to go back to the original point, was that you're not blowing out the amendment and exemption process of your bylaw. You're just making it clear that if you are bringing small amounts of fill under 250 meters cubed, that you do have to meet all the other requirements as someone that's going through an exemption process. So if you, for instance, needed 200 meters cubed of clay from the subway down in Vaughan, there is still the amendment, the exemption process to go through in the bylaw. So there is still that avenue open.
Okay.
As far as John's comments with the OPP, I believe we've included the fill bylaw in the letter of agreement with the OPP already, because Eugene actually works quite closely with the OPP when he gets into a situation where he is not able to control the trucks. So there's been a couple of instances where Eugene has shown up on a site to shut them down, and he's been just kind of shoved aside and said, no, we're good to go. We're going to work. At that point in time, Eugene would be bringing in the OPP.
Okay. So, Councillor Naitolo.
The problem with fill, as we all know, and I have to say it, is that even though it's tested, we can still get dirty fill. And so the idea of mandating that it comes from an area where we have some knowledge about, namely Deferred County, is a very, very strong preventative from us getting dirty fill. So I think this is a very, very good amendment, and I would hope to see it in the final fill bylaw, which we'll be dealing with in some time. Fred, I understand your concerns, and I think they're valid. But it appears to me that without writing that exceptions are allowed or something to that effect within the amendment, exceptions will still be possible for the reasons that have been discussed, such as Holland Marsh muck or clay from somewhere. But if we write them into the amendment, then we're just asking for one exception after another. It makes it the possibility of exceptions being too visible. So I would prefer not to have that, and I would prefer to have it as the amendment is presently written at the moment.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Just one other observation, and I didn't include it in my original motion, but I think it can be dealt with administratively. And that is any soil testing that is required by the bylaw should be understood to be done by third-party experts as commissioned by the town and paid for by the applicant. I don't know that that needs to be part of this amendment, but if there's any way we can get away from a situation where the applicant hires the firm that does the soil testing, as opposed to us choosing who does the soil testing, with the applicant still paying, I think would be a terrific improvement. And again, give people confidence that the tests are properly done.
Okay. Mark, do you have a comment about that process?
Well, I think it's very difficult because what we're finding is these sites that are generating the fill are producing their own documents on site so that they can move the fill, and they're required to test it before it leaves the property. So we're not sending Burnsides down to Brampton, for instance, to do a test on sites there, or Toronto to do the subway testing. We're relying on what we're getting back from them. So I think that's a difficult provision to enforce. That would just be my comment, just having received the comment from Deputy Mayor Creelman. I think what one other matter, and I don't know whether Mike was going to speak to it. I think what the removal of the incidental may create grief for residents in terms of driveway construction to properties. You may see a lot more requests for exemptions just to build driveways into properties, and how that's going to be an issue that the road department's going to have to deal with when they are issuing driveway permits at this point in time. So I anticipate, given the length of some of the driveways being constructed in Mono, and the hill and the topography, that you are going to see requests more for driveway construction with this particular change you're looking at.
Deputy Mayor?
Well, I still think the incidental should come out, because right now, somebody could have an 800-foot long driveway to a structure that is subject to a building permit and be completely exempt from the bylaw. So that's not right, in my view, and it's a stretch of the term incidental. I can think of other situations where this may be a little bit heavy-handed, but I would prefer to err on the side of being a little heavy-handed than not applying the bylaw at all because of a very, very stretchy application of the term incidental.
Okay.
You are catching them though through the conditions in Schedule B.
Okay.
With the change of
that may be true, but I still think that the interpretation of the word incidental is potentially allowing things that shouldn't be happening, notwithstanding capturing them now under the schedule.
Fair enough. Yeah, I was just pointing out that is one area where you could be hit with additional exemption applications.
Okay, Ralph?
I may be missing something. If somebody's going to put in a long driveway, according to the amendment here, they would have to apply for a fill permit, and I don't see what's wrong with that.
Yeah. Okay, so Mike.
I get where council's going on this, and I don't have any disagreement. I think where Mark was heading, this is going to be very onerous on a resident. So you're going to need a topographic survey. You're going to need to provide volumes. You're going to need to put the trust in council that you are bringing in 30 loads and not 50. So the request for exemptions will be on every entrance, right of access to a property. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that a $2,000 application for an entrance permit now comes with a 3,000 volume calculation survey. Do we accept that from the resident, or do we rely on an expert? So now you look at another $1,000 to get an expert to do a volume calculation. It's just, and I'm not putting up stop signs at all. I'm warning council what it will do to a resident who already pays $15,000 in development charges on the house, $60,000 to get hydro, $40,000 to get a well. So we're adding to the cost of development, and it will be a direct related cost. So my suggestion would be that we, in the street line, is a change between public works and planning. Public works administers entrance permits, and as soon as you get past that 66 feet, now you're into planning and land use. So either we expand the requirements of an owner with respect to incidental fill placement of driveways in the fill bylaw, or or techniques will, or conditions will need to be added to the entrance permit, which starts to cross departments. So I'm not, like I say, I think I have a comment on Ralph's point. He hit it on the nose, right? You can test every other load, but that doesn't mean that every other load isn't contaminated. So back to John's point, John would like to see staff organize a qualified person to administer the soil checking, and this is possible. If a person wants to move fill, they should be amenable to a secondary opinion. We do it when we were looking for fill for the landfill, and we sent in Burnside and tested it. But what I'm hearing today is a cause for concern that the MECP recommended testing procedures won't satisfy the general public. The general public will want every single load tested to ensure contamination does not happen. So these are very onerous, and I hope that council just sees this as food for thought. The buck will all fall back on the residents on this one. But I'd be more than happy to bring back some conditions on how we see this process going, unless Mark has a simpler way. The simple way is you're going to take a lot of trust in the mover or the receiver. The way that I sort of am guessing how our residents would like to see this done is that the town administers it with a refundable fee from the applicant. I don't think we win if we let other consultants do soil sampling.
Mark, did you have anything further?
No, not at this time. Just, I'm looking at the time, Your Worship. Do you want me to call Mr. Germain and push him back to noon?
Well, if he's able to do that.
Yeah, he was actually pushing to go later and was dealing with another LPAT matter.
Right.
He's advised me that's resolved, but I think he'd be amenable to being moved back. If we could move him back to noon, that would at least give council time to get through more of their agenda.
Okay. Or 12:30.
I can move him to 12:30 if you'd like.
I'm just thinking, like, because we still have quite a few items under the new business that we haven't even gotten through.
And do we get a washroom break anytime?
Yeah, I knew that was coming. So, okay, so can we make a definitive decision on what's in front of us as far as the fill amendment? Do we want to hold this over to another meeting with further revisions for more time to talk about the driveway in, out, or Councillor McDellow?
Mike makes good points there. And maybe we can go back to the fill bylaw. I think it's 10 loads. I think if somebody can correct me, 10 loads you're allowed without any contact with the town, and maybe we should just be increasing that to something larger. I'm in favor of amending, of going ahead with this amendment now, so we have it in place. I think it does what we'd like it to do, and it really doesn't need to be finessed anymore.
Okay, Mr. Early?
I have no disagreement with that. I think, especially given the fact that you've already got the fill bylaw out for discussion. So, in the interim, this is a solution to some of the concerns that have been raised.
Okay, so if we are willing to go ahead with this motion then, and then we'll break. So the motion is that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to amend bylaw 2014-31, site alteration, placement of fill, and removal of topsoil, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk of the town of Mona and sealed and grossed in the bylaw book. Can I have a mover? Moved by Creelman, seconded by Mantalo. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Deputy Mayor,
Yes?
Councillor Mantalo,
Yes.
Councillor Martin,
Yes.
Councillor Nix.
Yes.
Okay, so that's carried. So we will take 10 minutes. Okay, thank you, Andrew. Now we're on to item 4, new business. So I see that Mr. Dunmore is back at his desk. The 2020 External Drinking Water Quality Management System Audit Reports and Certificate of Accreditation. Mr. Dunmore.
So as council will recall, this is a report that this is an external audit, takes course over the 1-day period. It's to see if we're implementing the DWQMS and if we're continuing to add best practices as we move through the years. Inside of this audit, there was a opportunity for improvement identified under the documents and records control portion, element 5 of the DWQMS. And other than that, the external auditor has agreed that the town of Orangeville is recommended for accreditation to act as the operating authority for the town of Mona water systems once again.
Okay, Councillor Nix.
Yeah, Mike, I read it and I'm fine with it, but I guess this is because I'm not the brightest guy on the block. You have a 1-day audit in June and it says fine, your management system's okay. But in the meantime, hold it. Last year we had a person there for I don't know how many months operating the system without a certificate. What's the point of a 1-day audit that misses something like that?
This is a snapshot in time of that day, and I am sure that the results of this issue, I'm 100% sure that the DWQMS will receive changes to ensure better respect to that. It's more to identify that the jobs have been listed in the DWQMS to adequately address and operate the system. It's not a review similar to the MECP inspection report that you've referenced. That's been identified, and in discussing with Orangeville, they had discussions on this. Standard operating procedures have been submitted to the province for rectification of that issue, and it's really that snapshot in time of June 22nd when the audit occurred. It's not going back in history with respect to this.
Okay, Fred.
And as a follow-up then, so our management system's okay and they recommended we can continue to use Orangeville. This is maybe not related, Mike, but I'm curious, how's the, what do you call it, SCADA? We're implementing it. It's going to improve our management systems. Where are we with that? Is it going in now, is it? I got the wrong word. Is it SCADA? No. SCADA.
Supervisory access data control systems. So that's about 50% done right now. SCADA is really a glorified, very highly technical glorified software programs that alarm out, monitor, log data, and it's really a large database of our system. So that is under process, and that's about 50% done as we speak.
Okay. Any other questions of the report? Seeing none, then we have a motion that council receives the DWQMS External Audit Report 2020 prepared by SAI Global Management. Do I have a mover? Moved by Nix, then seconded by Creelman. Any discussion? Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Maxwell?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, that carries. On to item 5, blind line and 15 Sideroad culvert replacement tender. So Mike, did you have anything further to your report?
Just that we're seeing a trend of higher prices, whether it's COVID related or whether it's the industry has never really stopped working. So there is money available in our gas tax, which this project was to be entirely funded for under the drainage improvement section. So there is money available, and I'm asking council if we can proceed with it with the roughly 122,000 extra being pulled from gas tax, which is in the gas tax reserve at this time.
Okay. Any questions? Oh, Councillor Nix.
Mike, just refresh my memory. Going back some years, when you were looking to put asphalt on the line up to the 15th Side Road, and we had a price in mind there of about $1.1 million. But this culvert was a big portion of it, was it not? So, what if we pay for this now, whatever it is, $600,000? What's the remaining cost to pave the blind line? Do you know, up to the 15th Side Road?
So when I started, I believe I was asking council for 1.2 million to rebuild the entire stretch. In the probably 2 years ago, I think we finalized at around 1.8 for the entire stretch from 10 to 15. This is three sections. As council will recall, the blind line was closed during the flood. It's been closed subsequently. And we do have a section in the wetland where beavers tend to raise the water levels for us. And so these are three sections that we've identified as the major issues with respect to flooding and or road degradation. So the resultant, you're still looking at probably about 1.2 million with taxes to finalize the blind line, and that includes there's some sections of Corduroy Road in the blind line that we found during the borehole samples when council did give me the money 3 or 4 years ago to start the design. The tendering, council has paid for the tendering. The tender documents and the drawings for the completion of this project are in my cabinet now. So that cost has been paid for. But I would, without having a full calculation or an estimate, I would say roughly 1.1 would finish off the 10 to 15 Side Road. And remember, this is not every driveway got installed properly back in the day, and the culvert may be too close to the road. So this is the rebuild and the rehab is a complete widening, very similar to second line from 9 to 5. And 5th Side Road from Airport to Monowaj. So it is a substantial project that coincides with how we build the roads. So about 1.1 million would probably finish it off.
Okay. Councillor Maxwell.
Mike, this is a small question. I did actually drive this area, and I looked for it on the map, but I couldn't find any waterway that was at this intersection. There is a Nottawasaga branch that's halfway down between 15 and 10. Is that where this is?
So in my 2019 and 2020 budget presentation, capital budget presentations to council, they included a map. And the culvert, there's a culvert on 15 Side Road that is just east of the spinach farm. There's a crossing there that the spinach farm entirely drains through. It meanders towards the east along parallel to 15 Side Road, and one of the larger box culvert installs is probably 300 meters south of 15 Side Road, and probably about a kilometer south of 15 Side Road there's a wetland that includes there's about 4 equalization culverts right now that have been installed to try and move this water that would be removed, and one large box culvert put in. And to Councillor Nick's note, all these culverts will be built to accept and be ready for for a full-size road width platform. Did you get that, Councillor Mengtalo?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Martin, did you have something?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I'm good.
Okay, so we have a motion that council for the town of Mono accept the unit bid price of $618,151.65, including HST, from Moorfield Excavating Limited of Harrison, Ontario, for the blind line and 15th Sideroad culvert replacements. Could I have a mover? Moved by Martin and seconded by Mengtalo. Is there any further discussion? Called for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Mengtalo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, that carries. And next item is Rosemont Urbanization Tender. Mr. Dunmore?
So if council will recall, this project was first identified in probably 2016. We went through 3 reiterations of options to fix the parking issues and the very deep ditch that's on the east side of the Rosemont downtown proper. So it was originally budgeted at around 144 in 2016. We budgeted around 170 this year. The company that had the lowest bid is Cox Construction. They're doing work along Highway 89 right now. Inside of the 204,826 value of submitted bid, there's a $10,000 contingency that we, to the best of my knowledge, in all my years here, we've never used, but we do have it there as a just for that, for issues that may arise. Generally, the estimates are pretty in line. So we're expecting the project to come in around 190, but the full bid price is 204,826 without AHST. As council will recall, this year, Bridge 39 on Mono-Adjula Town Line was budgeted at 1.1 million. It came in at 818,000. So there is funds available. And with the, I don't know what stage 3 will do to us, but with the current situation of restaurants and lower occupancy, it couldn't come at a better time to probably get this undergoing. And like I say, Cox Construction is right around the corner. So I'm looking for council to basically approve utilization of some of the cost savings that we experienced on Bridge 39 earlier in the term.
Okay, any questions of the report? Okay, so we have a motion that council for the town of Mono accept the unit bid price of $231,454.04, including HST, from Cox Construction Limited of Guelph, Ontario, for the Rosemont Urbanization, and further that council approve a budget amendment for the unbudgeted amount to be transferred from the unused funds in the 39 reserve. Could I have a mover? Moved by Nix and seconded by Martin. And any discussion? Okay, call for the vote. Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Mengtalo.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Nix.
Yes.
Okay, that's carried.
Thank you.
So we're on to property tax treatment, the aggregate producing properties. So that was from a previous Schedule A item, and our membership TAPMO had asked for us to pass this resolution in regards to assessment methodologies for aggregate resource properties valued. So if that is clear, we are asking that we send off this memo that had been presented by Tatmo in order to support the position. So do you want me to read the whole thing? Yes, Deputy Mayor?
I'd suggest that we dispense with the reading. It's fairly straightforward and a very powerful motion.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So could I have a mover then? Martin? And seconded by Mantalo. Any discussion on the motion? Looks good. Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Mantalo?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, that carries. And motion by Deputy Mayor Creelman about the licensing of the Molo Internet Center.
Madam Mayor, this is sort of eclipsed by the overall issue of when we're reopening the municipal office. We're now in phase 3 in this area, and I understand that the plexiglass is either on order or is near to installation, and our problem is solved if, like the town of Orangeville, we plan to reopen the municipal office in the very near future. So my question is, when are we cutting the ribbon on the front door again?
Okay. Mr. Early?
As far as cutting the ribbon on the front door, I would say we're probably going to be mid-August, John. I'll be meeting obviously with staff here, first thing in the morning, and then meeting with the CIOs in the afternoon to see what's going on across Dufferin as well. So there's consistency. Again, we are looking at mid-July. We're there now, mid-July. We haven't got the glass in, but that's kind of our timing, as is was the same for our hand sanitizers. So we'll certainly be bringing a report back. I expect it at the next meeting, with also the concerns that Kim may have regarding the announcements on the playgrounds, which are an issue. And again, I can provide a much more fulsome report at that time.
So we'll be able to expect something for the July 28th meeting?
I'm hoping for July 28th, yes. It will be a fairly lengthy report.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
My understanding is that Orangeville is opening its municipal office very soon. I think we're looking at sometime this week or next week. And I don't mind my concern about access to the internet center being solved by us moving up this date, but mid-August I think is putting us really behind the 8 ball, at least insofar as our neighbors are concerned. And can we not have a report or an email that updates us in advance of 2 weeks from now?
I guess it's going to depend whenever a contractor is able to put in the plexiglass is one of the main stumbling blocks. So you said you've got the plexiglass is ordered, Mark?
Oh yeah, plexiglass has been ordered well over a month ago, I believe. The time we were giving was mid-July. I don't have a problem with doing an email update with all of council. Okay. I mean, it's flux. This certainly just came out to all of us on Monday as well. So yeah, it's also got I think bigger ramifications regarding the town's playgrounds.
Right.
I agree with the playgrounds. I think that's concerning, and gyms are concerning to me, and a number of other locations are. But the hand sanitizer should not be an issue. We don't need dispensers. We need pump bottles, right. And they can hold us in good stead until we have dispensers installed. Yeah, but I think we need to catch up now with what's going on around us. And I'm content to move on if we're pulling out all the stops to open up in a responsible and safe fashion.
Councillor Martin?
I really hadn't thought about how much extra work this would be to open all the computer center at the building, and what it's going to entail, how they're going to manage these things, the staff. And so everything has to be wiped down. They're going to be, the protocol is going to be pretty heavy duty. And so when they're prepared to open the building, I think that all of it goes as one package, and protocols will have to be adhered to for certain. And that's going to be more work for people who are there.
Okay, so we will wait for the email update from Mark on how things are going to progress. Then on to item 9, the motion, Deputy Mayor, regarding Indigenous peoples' land acknowledgement.
Well, I'd like to start by acknowledging Fred's wonderful research on this. We're moving ahead with this at the county level. It's something that the town of Orangeville is now doing, and I think it's time that we do acknowledge the Indigenous people's contributions to the land long before we ended up here. And the only trick here is to come up with an appropriate wording that is satisfactory to not to us, but to the Indigenous people who do in fact still live in Dufferin County.
Right. Okay. Mark?
I highly agree with John's comments. If just hopefully it's not moved or seconded yet, but I would just ask that the last part of the resolution reporting back by July 28th just be removed. I think this is something that needs to be right. I know Orangeville took almost 2 years to develop their one sentence acknowledgement. They utilized 5 different groups and elders, and they did not include any discussions regarding the Humber area, which we also have on the east side of the community. May have ramifications on, may have, I don't know, on a land acknowledgement. So we are working with Dufferin as well. We'll bring something back as quickly as possible, but I don't think it's something we want to rush given what we are doing here.
Okay. So with your agreement to remove the reporting back on July 28th, Deputy Mayor?
I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion that whereas it's desirous to recognize history by acknowledging Indigenous stewardship of land for over thousands of years, and whereas land acknowledgement is an important element of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, now therefore be it resolved that we ask staff to consult the members of the Indigenous community and other interested parties with a view to developing a land acknowledgement to be delivered at the beginning of Mono Council meetings. So moved by Creelman and seconded by Martin. Is there any further discussion? Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Magdalow?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, that carries. So at this point, as it's 11:58, we're going to have to go in camera to have consultation regarding the litigation or potential litigation. So we will motion moved into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 11:58 a.m. for matter of litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Greenwood Aggregates LPAT Hearing. Could I have a mover? Moved by Nix and seconded by Magdalow. And gosh, show of hands, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. And now if Andrew can stop the feed. Okay, thank you. So, we have a motion to rise and report. So the motion is that we rise from in-camera session at 12:50 p.m. and that council give direction. That we provide the town solicitor with direction for the LPAT hearing regarding the Greenwood application. Is that okay? Okay. So can I have a mover? Moved by Nix and seconded by Creelman. Okay. And I'll call for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Banklow?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Nix?
Yes.
Okay, that's carried. Okay, so now we're going to carry on with item 10 regarding the new business, and Mr. Early is going to be going off camera and offline. So the memo is from Mr. Dunmore regarding 674-305 Hurontario Street interior renovations. Mike, did you have anything further to add to your memo?
No, just that there was a secondary letter, and I think you'll get to that next from their lawyer responding to that. So
correct.
I have nothing to add. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and we will be getting back to you once we, if there's any changes in the review of the municipal approval.
Okay. And so the second item to this is the response from the Davies and Howell solicitor for Mr. Clark regarding the concerns, and all of council was sent that item by email. Are there any questions or comments regarding Councillor Nix?
Yeah, this is probably the naive question. I can't find it. No, they are disagreeing with us, which is fine. What I want to know is the building department still needs, before they issue a building permit, a clearance letter from us. We've said one thing, they disagree with us, but fine. They still need a clearance letter from us that it meets the zoning requirements. Just because they disagree with us, we don't have to change that letter. I mean, in other words, the building department does not yet have clearance from the town of Mono that this building permit they're applying for meets our zoning requirements. Is that right, Mike?
Yeah, so in the last fourth paragraph from the lawyer, they've stated that they disagree, but they've also resubmitted revised plans to address the town's concerns out of a desire to resolve this matter. So, so the town has yet to review the resubmission, and yes, they disagree, but they're revising the plans accordingly.
Okay.
If the plans come back and they've eliminated one washroom on the main floor, or I mean, maybe this is premature to ask you this question. Are we going to get to see these revised plans?
Normally they wouldn't be provided to council, but I don't see, I think you're allowed to stop by, but they need to satisfy the definition of a dwelling and make it appropriate to be in that manner. So, like I said, we haven't reviewed what they've resubmitted yet, so it's really hard to comment council on this.
Well, so you'll keep us updated then as you have the opportunity to review the plans then.
Absolutely.
But my concern is We've seen one set of plans that clearly had a men's washroom and a women's washroom on the main floor, made it look like it was commercial. So now they say, oh, we'll revise the plans. We get them, oh, washrooms. I mean, these are just pieces of paper with plans on them. We know from the original submission, there appears to be an intent to make that building a commercial operation. And whatever plans they revise, we now as a town have that suspicion. Can't we hold our position with the building department that we have some evidence that the intent was here to make a commercial building, and we're not giving a clearance letter?
Any revisions to the existing structure will be inspected by the county building department to make sure they're in adherence with the current drawings. So the county will have to re-enter the building for an inspection.
They've made that request. They made that clarification actually, Mike, as well. The CBO, Greg McNaught, has made that clarification.
Based on the
revised. They will be inspecting, and that that any works that have been already done will be removed entirely.
Okay, so that's our reassurance then, Fred, that the building inspectors will be doing what they are supposed to do.
Yeah, and the moment the building inspector's out of there, bang, call in the plumber. reinstall 3 urinals.
They'd have to remove all the approved works to do that, and of course that would be
Another.
without code approval. So that would.
And we run that risk with every building permit, Fred. Every house in Mona, we run that risk, right?
Okay, so is there anything further regarding this item so that we can continue on with the agenda, or?
So,
okay, Councillor Martin.
so there really is nothing new. They have stated in that last letter that it isn't going to be commercial, that someone has lived in there from the very beginning. All of those things have been said, but we all have this feeling, this thing that tells us that this isn't right, that things are really not what they say they are. And so if everything is changed inside and it's inspected, and maybe it has to be checked out more than once. If they say they're taking out the washrooms, Councillor Nix, then they have to show us that a few times before we're happy with it.
Okay, so are we done? Can we move on to Schedule A then?
I don't have one anymore.
So, Councillor Mangelo, do you have anything on Schedule A?
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Okay, Councillor Nix, do you have anything? No? Councillor Martin?
No.
Deputy Mayor?
Nope.
Okay, so we have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Could I have a mover? Moved by Nix, seconded by Creelman. Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Mantelo?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Nix?
Yes.
Okay, that carries. And so now we're on to reports of staff and members of council. Let's see, who wants to start here? Mr. Trotman, did you have anything?
Briefly, there is 2 items that are on a Schedule A that's the subject environmental registry posting. That's with the land needs assessment. Their comments are due at the end of the month, so I'm going to do my best to get some comments either to council or probably through the Dufferin County review. That's what's been done in the past, where lower tiers have funneled comments through to Dufferin County, and it sort of gets posted collectively at the upper tier. Other than that, I mean, working at a pace as best we can, myself and Les, to get a replacement for a retired assistant. That's got to be done sooner than later because the number of inquiries for approvals and so forth has gone unabated. There's a few site plans for which we have town comments out, and we are awaiting revised plans from various applicants. Those are due shortly. That's about it for me for now.
Thank you. Les?
No, I have nothing further to add today, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Kim?
I just wanted to start with a good news story. It's been a pretty heavy duty council meeting, so I have a good news story here. And that's to let council know that we went ahead and canceled soccer, as you know, and all of the refunds have been issued. And over and above that, one of the things that we did prior to soccer being canceled, back in February, we thought we were getting a jump on it, was this year, rather than giving out medallions to all of the participants that they would just hang up in their room somewhere, is we actually purchased these drinking glasses, water glasses, and it had on it Mono Soccer Champ or something like that. And then we went and canceled soccer, and now we're left with all of these 180 water glasses with straws, and we thought, what are we going to do with them? Well, Emma, our recreation student, she came to me and she said, what would you think if I took all of those water glasses and I went and I filled them up, or not filled them up, but put some little chocolates in them from the bulk barn that looked like soccer balls. And I also put a couple of freezies in them, which we always give out at soccer. She put a little label on them with a scan code to that the parents could scan and find games that they could play related to soccer. And we also put a Dairy Queen gift certificate in there, compliments of Dairy Queen. And then Emma and Jake came up with a roadmap and of all of the registrations for soccer, all the registrants. And on the first day that we were supposed to have soccer, Emma went out and she hand delivered these 180 cups to every single every single soccer player. And they got these put on their doorstep the night they were supposed to start soccer. So, I mean, she went to so much work. She did such an amazing job. I wish I had a sample to show you right now. I've got one on my desk at the office. Obviously, I'm not there to show all of you because Emma was fantastic. But what I do want to read to you is an email that I received from one of the parents, just to let you know. And this came in this morning. It said, dear staff, wow. Our son just received a surprise on our porch from Mono Soccer. Thank you so much. What a kind gesture. He was so surprised and happy. You made his day. You made ours too. Thinking that you guys took the time to do that for every soccer child. Just so amazing. So thoughtful and a true testament that we are so lucky to be a part of such a very caring community. You guys rock. So, you know, with everything that's going on today, I just really wanted you to know that and to let you know what an incredible recreation student we have in Emma Holmes. She's amazing. And I just needed to share that with you to let you know that some good stuff is going on in the midst of all this COVID. Now, speaking about COVID, the announcement, as you all know, came out yesterday that effective this Friday, it's not effective yet, but effective this Friday, we will be going into stage 3, allowing for indoor gatherings of 50, outdoor gatherings of 100, playgrounds reopening, all of that good stuff. So in anticipation of this, I've been participating in a number of workshops and seminars on risk management and reopening. And to say the least, they've scared they've put scare tactics into a number of recreation leaders. The biggest thing that has come out of this is the importance of documentation, waivers, and signage before we start reopening our facilities. So I am working diligently on all of that. They also talk about doing risk management assessments for all programs and all facilities prior to restarting a program or opening up a facility, and then having protocols all written down and in place for how you're going to handle COVID issues. It's not a matter of just saying, yep, our playgrounds are reopened, or yep, menorahs are reopened. There's a lot of work that's coming forward prior to, because our insurance providers are very concerned about any liability issues that could come forward once we start reopening. So just making you aware that it's not as easy as just opening the doors right now. There's a lot going on. Other than that, the RFP for the Fieldstone Parquet is due today as of 3 o'clock. As of right now, I've been keeping up with Emma. We have 4 RFPs that have come in. Hopefully we'll have a couple more, but 4 is great. So I will be opening those up with another department head tomorrow morning and getting something ready for council for the next meeting. That's about it. Oh, I have a meeting in 55 minutes out at Island Lake Park. It's a pre-bid meeting for the contractors who are looking at bidding on the Island Lake tender. So I'm meeting Burnside's out there, and we will meet up with all possible contractors. So again, looking at having that information to you for the next meeting. So it's going to be a busy couple weeks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Kim? John?
Yes, Kim, have we settled this issue with regard to the parking lot to Paul's satisfaction? And I still think we're going to have to move that gate, and I think we're going to have to figure out a way of securing the gate. I don't see it as insurmountable, but I think he's got a point, and I think we need to address it.
Absolutely, Council, or Deputy Mayor. I certainly have been responding to Mr. Seymour's emails. The latest one from yesterday afternoon I've not yet responded to. He alluded to changing the park hours. Well, that was something that Council, if you recall, during one of your meetings, Mr. Seymour and his wife brought that up as well. You had indicated that once the park got built, that at that time, Council, you may want to look at revising park hours, not knowing how the tennis court's going to be run yet. You haven't made a decision on that as to whether the tennis courts going to be managed by a like a Southern tennis club, or are they going to be managed like the Cardinal Woods courts where we open and close them on a regular basis?
I think the hours are a separate issue. And I think that we have time on that, but we don't have so much time insofar as the footprint of that parking lot. So I'm just focusing on that, frankly.
Okay, so if we want to focus on that, Council, what you need to do is just give me direction as to whether or not you want me to pursue it with Burnsides about sending out an addendum that all parking will be prior to the front of their residence and the gate will be relocated. I can certainly talk to Burnsides about that and find out, what issues are involved, if there's anything with the CBC, if the parking has to be expanded in order, like at the front, like further to first line, in order to accommodate 12 spots. I'm not sure. According to the layout, it looks like 12 spots can be fit in front of Mr. Seymour's residence. But again, it has to be confirmed. As far as the relocating of the gate, I think Council does need to think about that. Like I said, there are questions as to who will open and close that gate on a daily basis. We can always ask if we're going to go the route of a tennis court monitor to open and close the tennis courts like we do at Cardinal Woods. We can always ask the monitor to open and close the gate as well. So that's not an issue, but that's only good during the season of tennis. Our parks are open 365 days a year. So what that would mean is if you want the gate open and closed, you'd have to be in agreement to hire someone to open and close that gate 365 days a year at whatever hours you deem appropriate. That's just off the top of my head. I don't know if Mike has any concerns about, access for emergency vehicles or anything like that. I don't know if the swing of the gate's going to affect the parking area. Those would
Kim, sorry to interrupt, but I think that the urgent thing, frankly, now is to get the footprint of the parking lot right. I think the gate is not something that is necessarily depends on it or who's going to open it. But I think council should discuss the footprint of the parking lot and give direction or not on it.
Okay, Councillor Martin?
So we think that we can get 12 spaces there. Is that enough? Are we going to be covering the number of people that are going to want to use that park? That's my first question. The other question would be, we're going to need 2 gates because you can't have access by vehicle to the rest of the park. You have the gate at the end now. So the parking goes here, the gate is here. So what happens when you put that gate at the beginning of the parking? There's still got to be a barrier of some kind, or you have cars all over the place. Just a thought.
Okay. Mike, I see you've joined the discussion. Is there something that you wanted to add?
So I recall with council, Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe the Burnside added a few extra parking spaces to the parking lot from 12 to 16?
That's correct, Mike. Inadvertently, they just drew in 16 spots as opposed to 12. And that was, we've received an email from Burnside's, apologizing for that oversight.
With 2 of them being accessible.
Correct.
Yeah. So what I recall from the approval stage was that we agreed to 12 spots. The first spot would be physically as radius allows you close to first line. We would open up the curb cut to first line to make it a better entrance. That's on the drawings. And the P gates would have to be moved to accommodate same. So that's what I recall. So that's here nor there, whether it happens before the tender is closed or after. It's definitely what council had directed us to do, I think, at that time. Do you recall different, Kim?
No, that's correct. So the P gates were to be relocated, and the parking was not to go beyond the rear of the home line of Mr. Seymour.
Correct. Yeah, and I remember whatever 12 spots gave us was where, and then we were going to pave to the back fence line.
Correct, in order to minimize any type of dust on the Seymour property.
Correct. So I guess the other stuff is coming out through the emails about, does that satisfy you, John, where what we recall?
That's my recollection, but I think the argument is now shifted to whether it's to the back of his house or the front of his house. He's now arguing it should only be to the front of his house because 12 spaces can be accommodated in that particular footprint. So that would be my position, is that we go with that.
Well, I would have to ask council, do you want 12 spaces or do you want whatever it takes to get to the front of his house?
12 spaces.
Because a 12 space, Kim and I had concerns about the lack of parking that you're going to have there. But I sort of see Mr. Seymour's concerns that there may be too much parking. But a parking space width is a parking space width. So is council directing us to go from the front of the house? I don't know what the setbacks are in there, Mark, but probably only 7.5 meters. Yeah, it's probably only 10 meters or 7.5 meters, but definitely something Kim and I could go walk. But if that's council's direction, the front of the house, I think you're going to be less than 12.
Well, we did talk about 12 and we knocked it down from a much higher number.
Sorry, we did agree on 12, didn't we?
We all agreed on 12.
That's fair.
Talked about 20, we knocked it to 12.
So there's a problem with the drawings, which can be fixed pretty quickly.
Well, the drawings are in adherence to council direction. Council direction was to the rear, no further than the rear of the house line. And that was on the February and March meeting at which I provided council with a copy of those minutes where it definitely said the rear of the property line or the rear of the house line, which is exactly what the drawings have done. So I think Mike is correct in that at this point now is council's direction to stay in front of the house line, and maybe we have to limit it to less than 12 parking spots.
Oh my God.
We at this point followed council's direction. The only challenge we did was very inadvertently is Burnsides did put 16 spots on the final drawings as opposed to 12.
Okay. Mark?
Well, I think council's been very clear with what they wanted from the get-go here, and to change it at this point is a bit unfair to Kim, but I would say that the solution would have to be to deal with Burnsides, see what 12 parking spaces, including 2 accessible spaces, takes you to, and deal with it from that perspective. That's the compromise. It was definitely council determined that we would not go beyond the rear of his house. I think everyone's in agreement with that, and that's what we've proceeded with. So, you know, it's this project has been through council so many times, and now we're still backing off and going back to, you know, different parameters of design. I guess it's a concern I've got.
John?
And I make a modest suggestion, and that is that we stick to 12, that we put them as close to the first line as possible, and that I presume that we're going to have 2 accessible spots of the 12, Kim?
That's correct, 10 plus 2.
Then I would put those at the end. So if in fact it goes beyond the front of his house, it might simply keep our fingers crossed if it had to. It would be the 2 accessible spots.
So the accessible spots, yes, would be the closest ones to the park.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
And in that fashion, those may not be likely to be used as often as the other spots.
Okay. So, Councillor Manklow.
I think that we should be aware of the truth in Councillor Martin's comment that if we don't have something obstructing the passage of vehicles at the west end of the parking lot, that people are just going to keep on going and drive on the grass or park there. I think that we do something equivalent to a 2-gate system.
The B gates are to be removed and replaced at the west end of the accessible parking lots that John was just talking about. So the P gates will be there. The P gates will be there with a couple boulders or whatever we find during excavation to ensure people can't drive into the park. I think you got a dog bag deposit box there now, Kim, and you have a park usage like you can't. If you wanted to really get around, you could drive a vehicle around it, but you can't get around it now to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot, but it is at the rear of the parking area. The P gates are at the back of the parking.
But you're talking about putting a gate at the front of the parking on the first line side, right?
That's what has just been suggested, or was suggested by Mr. Seymour.
Right. Well, where are we on that? That's the gate that you were concerned about, having somebody to open is it being a problem.
I'm not in favor of that.
I think it's a bit of a
Let's not
problem.
worry
too.
about that
People
now.
get-
I mean, it's something that can be added later if we choose to.
Okay. Yeah, so let's wait and defer the decision on the gate at first line at another time. And it can be installed if there's something, if we don't put it in and nothing has happened and there's not a problem, then that's fine. But if something does start to occur on a regular basis, then we will have to revisit, see what our options are at that time. Okay, so thank you, Kim. Is that all for you?
That's it, over and out.
Okay, Mike, do you have anything?
So I think we got one load left of calcium. We got a little bit of, as council, anybody who's driven the rural roads, they'll start to see half are white and half are brown. So we got some limestone screenings down on quite a few roads this year. A little bit of washboard is occurring, so we'll be on that. Skate, as I mentioned earlier, skate is at 50%. The water main install, Advertex has been on site. Our underground utility companies are not being very forward and very, we're not too happy with a few of them right now who can't seem to find their infrastructure that they found when we designed this. So that's on delay. That's being delayed right now, but we're pushing hard on that. Mono edge of the town line at Bridge 39. We're up to grade. We're getting a gravel down and calcium, gonna get calcium on there. And we're thinking the guide rail will get installed on, we're thinking late this week or early next week. And we'll probably open it either this Monday or the Monday following. So, so that's good.
Good, thank you. And let's see, who else have we got? Fred Simpson, anything you have?
Just a quick couple of points. First of all, actually, Kim did forget, I think, in her report that you may recall Council passed a proclamation back on March 10th about Flight of the Monarch Day. Kim and Andrew have been working towards some something towards that to celebrate the leading up to the actual August 22nd, which is Flight of the Monarch Day. Kim, do you want to go over that or just leave that for another meeting?
No, I'll quickly again, another good news story is I guess we've come up with our very first virtual program. And in order to help celebrate Flight of the Monarch Day is we've created some coloring pages, which we've got on our website, subject to 3 different age categories of children from 10 and below, I believe. And the kids are going to get to color in these pictures of the monarch butterfly. They will then submit them online to us. And I forget what the dates are. They're sometime in August prior to the 22nd, obviously. And then staff will pick 3 out of each category of the best ones, of what we feel are the best ones. And then we're going to put them up on our website, and we're going to let the residents choose who they think the winner should be. And we'll have some type of prize package for each category, each age category. And this way, you know, we're getting the kids involved and we're getting the residents to look at our website more, and we're getting them to pay attention to Flight of the Monarch. So yeah, I think it's a win-win. So Andrew and I have been working away on that. It's been great.
Good. Okay.
And that'll all get supported with social media and hashtags that Andrew has got prepared for his slide.
Great.
Okay. And one other quick note. Sorry, am I out of sync? Okay. One other note is, yeah, I think I'm out of sync. So I'm just going to talk, and if I'm talking over anyone, I apologize. I raised the issue of the changes to regulations on the ATVs and off-road vehicles. The regulations haven't been published yet, but the province has come up with some proposed guidelines if the regulations do get promulgated as envisioned. And right now it's unclear whether Mono will need to pass a bylaw or not. We'll seek further information, but the way the information has been currently published, Mono may not need to actually pass a bylaw. We may not be affected by this. More to follow as we get clarification. And that's all I have.
Okay, great. Mike?
Thanks, Mayor Ryan. Sorry, I had one other thing that I wanted to get through to council was speed humps, I mean. The estimates that I had have almost tripled in cost, and getting these products in has turned into a little bit of a nightmare. So we have moved the solar signs into the placement locations that they would have gone. I'll get my plan there is get some data for council with speed and high and low and everything, but I'm working through trying to find the best price for these. Right now the cost of them is well over the budget that I expected to expend, so I'll try my best, and it's just going on far too long, and I know that, but we're not having much luck on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mangelo?
Mike, I saw some data on speeding or lack of speeding on Kingfisher. Do you still think that we need to keep up there?
Probably. Well, if you ask the resident who called in to complain, he would probably say yes. But we didn't really get a lot of data, a lot of hints from the OPP that speeding was occurring. So I do have the solar speed sign there, and I'm going to get the information from the county as well to see what's happening. We definitely didn't have the same reports that that doesn't mean that they're not speeding. They're just not speeding when the OPP are there. And I think the OPP are very visible when they're on Kingfisher. Turn the corner, see the police slow down, right?
Right. Okay, thank you. Mark, did you have anything?
Nothing significant, other than we're working towards opening with COVID-19. So the only other thing was there was a meeting, I guess yesterday, it seems like days ago, with the service delivery review at the county. John also participated, may have more to add, but there'll be more information coming to council at their next meeting.
Okay, thank you. And so, councillors' reports. Fred, Nix, do you have anything?
Not really. Tomorrow is a big day because I'm on the HR committee of the fire board, and we'll be interviewing 3 finalists for the position of fire chief. Other than that, just minor things. Karen Morris and I were, thanks Ralph for the water, but we spent 3 hours watering the trees on the Hockley lands. It was very dry. Thank goodness we got that rainstorm, and a few other things, but nothing major.
Okay, thank you. Sharon?
I got the sound is break. Could people turn their mics off if they're not using it?
Sharon?
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ralph?
Yes, let me just speak about the pollinator garden and about the Board of Health. And as you may have received a notice about our plant of the week. Our flower of the week is a monarch butterfly plant. It's the butterfly milkweed, a really beautiful plant, and it's in full bloom right now. On Thursday, we're having the second part of our Celebrate Your Undies project. You recall this was featured in the banner 2 months ago, and undies were buried at various positions in the soil of the pollinator garden. The idea is to assess the organic nature of the garden at various sites. We know that it's bad in some places because we don't get growth there. This is just a fun way of sort of identifying that. So we'll dig up the undies and we'll see how much of them are left and how much of them have been destroyed by the organisms. High levels of soil organisms equate to fertile soil. The second issue is about the Board of Health, and the Board of Health has really been having a heavy time of it in the last 4 months, as you probably would guess. We had a special meeting on July the 8th, and there are a few items I'd like to mention. One of the issues that you may be seeing in the current literature, or current newspapers, etc., is concern for droplet versus fine particles. Fine particles are those things that drift around in the air and stay there for a long time. And the feeling had been about the COVID transmission that it was mainly related to people who are speaking forcefully, like I have now, or coughing and sneezing. And there were fairly large particles. They went to maximum of 2 meters, and then they dropped. Probably these particles go further. But the issue is greater one is, what about all the very fine things that stay in the air? If you fly on an airplane, for example, and the filter system is not working, does everybody get COVID? Well, there's good experience with that, and everybody doesn't get COVID. They get it just in the seats before and behind the person who's infected. Whereas if you had measles or something like that, the chances that measles will be spread throughout the whole plane. So Nicola Mercer, who's the medical officer of health, her current thinking is that very fine spread is not a very common thing. But I'm sure we'll hear more about that. The next issue is masks. And you may have noticed that there was an editorial 2 weeks ago in the Citizen saying, why are we wearing masks now? We're opening up. Well, that's the whole point. We are opening up, and so we're increasing the chance of contact, community contact. And so we need to be, in some way, counteract that increased transmission which will occur. For example, bars and restaurants. I think that's really problematic. And you won't be wearing masks. You won't be at a bar wearing a mask having a drink. I think that masks are really, really very important. We have a Section 22 which mandated masks, but you may have noticed that when Ottawa brought this legislation, the health department invoked Section 22, but then the week or the 2 weeks after that, the council of the city dealt with it with a bylaw. And this is what's happening also in other parts of Ontario. I think George Watson, who's our chair, feels that that's probably what's going to happen in various areas of the Dr. Wellington area, is that we have a bylaw. Why have a bylaw in addition to this order? I'm not quite sure. Section 22 is easily challenged, and it's just one person who's doing the decision making, whereas a bylaw involves the whole council of the town or whatever municipality is, and probably it has more strength. So we may hear more about that, and Mark, there may be some interest in Mono and interest in the county in having a bylaw if we want to continue with the mask wearing. The next issue is a second wave. Is there going to be a second wave? It's not inevitable, and it is probably dependent upon all those aspects of virus transmission that make a difference, and masks are certainly one of them. So that mask wearing is very definitely something that will help to prevent a second wave. Homemade masks are particularly effective at preventing someone who has the disease from passing it on. And I have to remind everybody that you can be asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic, or you can have the symptoms and pass it on. So somebody who looks completely normal, who feels fine, may have COVID and pass it on. Not a good thing to recognize. The third and final thing I wanted to mention, actually it's the fourth. The third thing is that there's public health is doing a lot to prepare for a possible second wave. They're making plans to trying to deal with what they be proactive, learning what they had to deal with the first wave. And contact tracing is a huge thing, and this is keeps people up at night. And this leads to what is another potential problem that the provincial government has not yet dealt with: how to deal with the increased costs. The increased costs are very significant. It was in-camera sessions, so I can't reveal what they are. But if the increased costs are not dealt with by the provincial government, I guess it comes back to the municipalities for an ask. That's all I'm drawing.
Okay, thank you. John?
Thank you. Mark has addressed the service delivery, and we will have a report for you on that process. Towing bylaw, we have I think I addressed this the last meeting. We have another meeting scheduled at month's end, and there is, I think, an appetite out there to produce something, hopefully adopted by all municipalities, including the county. I would like to have the events bylaw added to the to-do list. I know we dug it out some time ago. I think it dates from around 1985, if I'm not mistaken, but I think it's something that we should revisit. And I'm happy to work on that. Finally, you will all have received an email from the Director of Public Works for the county, basically shooting down my efforts to have a reduction in the speed on the Hall Road in advance of the intersection with Airport Road. I am not satisfied with the response. It's very much engineering oriented, as opposed to dealing with the fact that we have more than 10 entrances, all on curves, some of them blind curves, in advance of an intersection that is controlled only by an amber light, speed limit being 80 kilometers per hour on that, and the approaches on either side of Hockley Road being 70 kilometers per hour. I think that the speed limit should be reduced. I am not normally inclined to do that. I would defer to the engineer 9 times out of 10, but occasionally it just requires the elected representatives to realize that we set the speed limits through bylaw. And I have a notice of motion for the next county council meeting on that.
Okay, thank you. Beside gypsy moths decimating all forest covers, there was the incident Canada Day that people came in the Island Lake Family Park with armfuls of fireworks after hours and proceeded to light them off in the park, which is concerning because at that point the weather was not conducive for things like fireworks being set off in a untilled field. So I'm not sure how we should be addressing that issue, and I don't know if that kind of thing happens at any of our other parks that we aren't aware of. Councillor Martin.
I'm not sure about the other parks, but I have to say that we had over a week of fireworks going off around us in southern Mono. So it was impossible to figure out exactly where it was coming from. So we didn't do anything. I hope that other people maybe who were next door would have gotten in contact with some authorities, but it was pretty unnerving, and it was quite late, actually, 10:30, 11 o'clock, sometimes later.
Yeah, and so this is, I know that we had talked about a fireworks bylaw, and we sort of got to the point where we were trying to figure out the difference between rural and urban requirements, and it got stalled. But this particular issue, I said to the resident who contacted me, did you call the OPP? Did you call bylaw enforcement? And I didn't get a response. So my concern is that if there are a group of residents in a particular area thinking that their park is for their use in this manner, we are going to have a regulation issue. So I see that Kim has appeared. Do you have you had any contact with anybody regarding setting off fireworks?
No, it really has been a non-issue, and in the Parks Department, I have not had complaints, anything like that. The only fireworks we've had to deal with are those for weddings and whatnot, which, we basically make them jump through hoops
Right.
in order to let them off at a special event. But this was news to me on this one. And again, if they had called Bylaw or the OPP, because we do have in our parks bylaw that you cannot set fireworks off.
Right.
So.
And so that might be part and parcel of the discussion when we revisit the hours of when the parks are operational. Again, because if residents are thinking that this is acceptable, especially in that area where they have backyards as large as a park. So anyway.
I do know there are a number of residents up in that area who let them off privately in their backyards.
Right.
Yeah.
But this was specifically.
Yeah, exactly, in our park.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know that I have anything else further. Is there any other business? Councillor Mangtalo?
I just wanted to congratulate Kim on the glasses and the soccer balls and the delivery by hand to, I don't remember, it's 160 residents. I think that's just fantastic, Kim. I'm sure it brought a smile to a lot of faces. It's the icing on one of the icings on the cake of living in Mona. Well done.
Yeah. Send our appreciation to Emma for us.
I sure will. I sure will.
Okay, so if there's nothing further, we are going to sign out then, that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mona in session VC8-2020 held on the 14th of July 2020, and that be signed by the mayor and the clerk and sealed and engrossed in bylaw book. Moved by Nix and seconded by Martin. And unless I hear opposed, it's carried. And that we adjourn at 1:43 p.m. And that's moved by Creelman and seconded by Mangtalo. Unless I hear anybody's opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much, everybody.